Greetings and salutations and welcome, one and all, to the Dragon Kitchen, our culinary contest between the multiverses of the fantasy realms to prove once and for all who is worthy of the title of Dragon Chef. I am your host, the Dead Aussie Gamer, and we are here with some amazing champions from across the various realms far and wide. We have brought you nothing but excellence up to date, and now we have somehow or another exceeded expectation because we have dug deep down for something truly special for today's session. But before we get into meeting our wonderful guests, let's start, of course, by telling you at home what you can do to enjoy this amazing event. Starting off, of course, there are a number of ways throughout the game that you will be able to participate, whether it's through channel points or whether it's through donations that will kindly be used to feed the various gremlins that we have running around here in the Dragon Kitchen studio. No, unfortunately, Eugene has not recovered from his injury, but we've still made him work today, so you'll see him around. Now, before we kick off as well, we'd like to give a short and very, very proud thank you to our sponsor, HeroForge. HeroForge is a wonderful bit of software that allows us to create incredible characters that we can then forge and have printed for our very own use at home. If you like any of the artworks that are there, don't hesitate to reach out to us on Discord so that we can provide you with the recipe so you can get your very own mini version of the competitors in today's session. But enough prattle, enough talk. Let's now throw this game over to our first competitor. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, allow me to introduce you to none other than the mighty, the powerful, and the brave Chef Callahan.
Excited to be here.
Oh, sorry, apparently Eugene was asleep and fricking was leaning on the goddamn mute button. Someone, very quickly. Alright, look. You, and you. Go find out wherever that fucking wizard that keeps casting silence on my shows is, and you kill him! Apologies, Chef Callahan. Could we... Let's try that again. Once more, with feeling.
Greetings. How are you all doing today? My name is Chef Callahan Gidgety. I am quite excited and honored to be coming down to this Dragon Kitchen. I am a rogue druid. I don't quite like metal. I'll be finding ways around it. But I hear that this other dwarf is a very distant relative of mine. But we'll see if he's up to snuff. I'm quite excited. Extensive experience. I don't actually know how to cook.
Well, of course, this is not a table for one. We do have, of course, lying in the wings, the second of our amazing competitors for today. So let's not waste any time and introduce the one and only Neric the Cleric, or as you might call him, your dear old daddy, Dwarven Dad.
Oh, sweet boy. It's good to see everybody. It's me, your dear old dad, and I'm here having a little bit of fun. It's been a while since I cooked. Last thing I cooked, I don't know. I remember there was a lot of fire. I remember we had to rebuild the forge. That's a blackout. I don't know. Now, I do hear that we're going to be meeting Galahad. I have heard that there is some relation. I think his family was ousted for not touching metal. I don't know. We don't talk about that side of the family.
All right, well, family.
Sit down roots and meet again.
Well, there is nothing tastier or sweeter than a good old family drama. So let's now take to the main stage and see these competitors in first hand. Gentlemen, dwarves, children of all ages, welcome to Dragon Kitchen. How you both doing?
I am quite excited.
Hungry? Well, good. I feel as though our audience members are also very, very eager to see what you guys have in store for for whatever dish you happen to prepare for this evening. Now, of course, Dragon Kitchen is not such a simple cooking show. So, to tell you guys about what we're going to be expecting, there are 3 rounds to Dragon Kitchen. The first is a hearty battle against the secret ingredient, in which you will both be harvesting all of the pieces and parts that you need to make your dish. But, rest assured, there are dangers, traps, monsters, and other obstacles that'll prevent you from getting everything you need. In round 2, you'll then be asked to take what you have and cook 3 dishes, a starter, a main course, and a dessert, all of which must feature the secret ingredient, at least in some measure or part. And then lastly, our final round, you'll present your dishes to our audience and the judges for final judgment. And then at the end, there can be only one dragon chef. Or at least that's what I keep telling people, but the amount of ties that we get in this show. So, gentlemen, the last question I ask for you is, are you ready to see your secret ingredient?
Aye.
Let's see it.
All right, then Eugene, roll the clip.
Dwarf sees fit to call something a hoot horror. You best believe that's earned its name, boyo. These subterranean monstrosities have been the enemies of your kin since before we cracked open the earth and saw the sky for the first time. But, like every good dwarf knows, if you know how to crack something hard and tough like the skin of a hoot horror, then there's always some treasure to be found inside. Weirdly enough, despite their awful, awful smell and appearance, these things actually have some pretty tasty organs. Guts, livers, heart meat, lungs, yeah. Grind them up, boil them, mash them, stew them. But you ask me, the best kind to showcase at the holidays is when you've got a whole roast hooked horror stuffed to the brim with all the trimmings. Oh, reminds me of the winter festival, it does. But remember, of course, these things are not for show. Those hooks are nasty, and if you're not careful, it'll be having you for supper.
Its neck looks thick. Oh, it's got whiskers.
All right. Well, Chef Callahan, Dwarven Dad, what do you make of your upcoming challenge? Do you think you've got what it takes to cook a hooked horror?
The hooked horror. They've killed so many of my kin over the days, over the eons, over the ancestry. It will be an honor to consume one with expertise.
You seem in stunned shock, Dad.
What the hell was that?
No worries, Nadek. We will conquer it together, and then we will cook it, and then we will eat it, and it will be good.
It is
I don't know
apparently
if it'll be good, but I'll put it on the fire.
Well, that's the spirit. That's
I
exactly what we
guarantee
like.
you won't die.
Fair.
I've got a revivify in the pocket if you go down. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. What would
Well,
I do to the
gentlemen.
meat? Wait a minute. Oh. Apologies.
Oh, well, I was going to say, gentlemen, if you are, of course, hungry for battle, then I've got good news for you. Allow me to take you now to the Dragon Kitchen Arena. With a gesture and a wave, fire consumes both of you as you disappear from sight. And find yourselves deep, deep beneath the ground. Here you find yourself in an unfamiliar mine, a large series of tracks that would once have led down into the deepest parts of this once proud dwarven stronghold, now rendered empty. The sounds of the pickaxes striking the stone and steel now deafeningly quiet. The rattle of the trolley wheels as they clatter on these rails no longer moving, and this thin, cobwebbed, dusty tunnel now lies around you in all directions.
Whoa.
Cozy.
Something foul has occurred.
Oh,
Yes,
sorry, that was me.
indeed.
How am I supposed to stay in character?
You're not.
I thought the mic was off. My bad.
Now, ladies and
I mean,
gentlemen,
there's evil afoot.
evil is a foot, a leg, and a pair of hooked arms, as this is the old mines of the Stoutland known as Dunbrock. Dunbrock was, of course, the seat of power for many who would be mining for the opals that often grew among the veins and iron deposits that were here. But greed saw that these dwarves dug a little too deep, and instead unearthed a nest of hooked horrors that made swift work of the miners that once worked here. This now infested mine is filled with our lovely secret ingredient and is plentiful for you to find. But we're not simply going to give this to you. The two of you are to explore the mines at your leisure and to kill, capture, or destroy, or prepare however you would see fit, a number of hooked horrors to your liking. Now, hooked horrors should be well within your purview to kill and destroy, but we've added in a few extra things.
No.
Have fun. Enjoy. And I look forward to seeing what your creative minds can cook up. And let us start, as we always do, with initiative.
Let's go.
All right, I may have embellished the old war stories a little bit. So,
Nonsense, kin. We will do this thing.
All right, what do we have for our initiative, gentlemen?
11.
11.
15.
Ooh, 15. All right. So, 11 and 15, which means, Dwarven Dad, you are front and center. You have the gift of choice. In front of you, you see 3 passageways, one leading to the west, one to the north, and one that veers off to the east.
If it ain't left, it's right. So I'm going to go ahead and head out east.
All right. Making your way up the tunnel and to the east, you find yourself in what looks like a whole mess of pickaxes, empty suits of armor, large toppled trolleys filled with ore, and the first hooked horror that seems to be kind of pecking around in the debris. It starts to bob its head up and down, and you hear it as it starts to turn. It kind of twists its head, trying to look at you with one of its milky white beady eyes.
What did you say?
It raises these two large appendages on either arm, a huge, massive hook that starts to scratch against the stone, as you hear it then go, and starts to charge in your direction. What do you do?
I immediately pull off my belt.
Oh, damn. With a whip and a crack, your belt flies off.
And I'm gonna ready an attack if it's charging at me.
All right. Very well. Meanwhile, Sir Pfeffers. I did that myself. Quick, yeah, Chef Callahan.
Okay. First things first. You'll watch as Chef Callahan Guidry kind of squats down and conjures an unseen servant with a bit of string and wood, and then sends it off to the east before making my way up and around to help my distant kin, because dwarves are stronger when they're together. And the last thing I want is for for my contestant. I want to win this honestly. You know what I mean? I don't want him to go down. I want to be in there with him.
Yeah, no, of course. All right. You rush to the side of the Dwarven Dad as you see one of these creatures.
I'll give him a clap on the shoulder and then I touched metal.
Roll a Constitution saving throw for me.
Oh, good God. What have I done? What did I do? Con. Oh, I have a +0 to con. That's 11.
11. All right. Your hand begins to get itchy. Your next melee attack is at disadvantage as you have triggered your metal allergy.
Not wanting to show that off, I'll be like, together.
All right. The giant hooked horror lunges through the darkness in your direction. Now, do you both have dark vision?
Yes.
Yes.
Who the fuck do you think I am? Of course I know you've got dark vision. You're both dwarves. I was being facetious. The hooked horror swings its claws in your direction. As it does so, it is going to make an attack, one against each of you. As it does so.
Now, I did ready an attack for when it charges.
Yes, you will get yours off first. So, as your belt whips around, make your attack. Oh, and of course, all of a sudden you hear the sounds of a tiger roaring behind you when you get your belt out. Both Chef Callahan and Dwarven Dad have been awarded a hero point from our audience.
Oh.
Hero points
Thank
can
you,
be
Chef.
used in a number of different ways. They can be used to roll with advantage, petition the GM for stuff that isn't in the rules, or stave off a potentially lethal blow. Both of you have now one in your pocket.
Well,
Noted.
Daryl Dad got a 16.
A 16. With a 16, that manages to find purchase against the leathery hide of this giant beaked monstrosity as it cracks and whips it. Deal your damage and describe what happens.
All right. So now this is a belt, and because my tavern brawler feat, I am proficient with it.
Nice.
But unfortunately, it only does 3 damage because it's just a belt.
Very well. As you hit it in the face for 3 points of damage, I'm gonna get you to roll me a d10, please.
Okay. All right. That is a 4.
As you deal 3 points of damage with the tip of your belt, it smacks it in the face. Not only will it lose one of the attacks it was going to make, but also it is going to take a further 4 points of damage from what it like to consider to be phantom pain. This is kind of the pain that you feel when, you know, your dear old daddy gets his belt out. It hurts a little more than, you know, than it should. But you definitely have gotten the you've gotten the attention of this Hooked-Tara for sure. So instead of making the 2 attacks, he's gonna make 1 attack against dear old dad as he swings his hook down, and you watch as one of the claws manages to sort of hit the side of your pauldron and deflect, crashing into the earth next to you. As again, it seems to. I don't know what that noise is.
I love it.
But that's what it does. All right, well, that was its turn, bringing us back to the top of the round and to Dwarven Dad.
Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to choke up on this belt.
Yep.
And as a bonus action, I'm going to cast Searing Smite on it.
Oh, damn.
Nice.
Okay. All right.
Nice.
The next time I hit a creature with this belt, it's going to take an additional 76 of damage.
Damn. All right, well, I've also got some good news for you as well. Once again, as you get your belt ready, you hear that snap of the leather as they hit each other as you prepare for this next swing. But as it does so, you notice that around your feet, there seems to be this kind of almost green glow. For a moment, you pause. Elven magic. And you notice that several clovers begin to grow around you. Now, whether or not you choose to accept this, both of you have been granted a hero point. If you choose to use a free action to pluck one of these magical elven clovers from the ground.
Absolutely. I'm a druid. This is great.
All right. Dwarven Dad looks at his feet.
And I will use that free action to stomp one of those clovers into the ground as I continue this strike.
I'm just like, oh.
All right.
Well.
You swear you did. As a druid, Chef Callahan, you definitely heard that little elven clover scream a little as Dwarven Dad's boot.
Oh no!
Well, that's a 25.
Oh, damn, a 25. Okay, well, how much damage do you do? 76?
Sorry, 24.
All right, 24. All right, so that is, yeah, roll your damage.
Oh, that's a lot of 5s and 6s. Yeah,
Let's go.
16, 28, 24, 26, 27. Oh, plus my D4. That's plus another 2. Plus 2. So that is... Somebody help Dad with math. That's,
What was it? 22 plus what?
that's 20, 24 to 5, 20, 24 to 5, 26, 27, 20, 30, 31 points of damage.
31 points of damage as your belt collides the second time. This creature's instinct was right on the money. The first attack, absolutely, 100%, was harder than it should have been. This one was just right. As your belt comes down, hits it in the face, you watch as this searing, burning sort of happens as this creature's head is knocked into the ground and bounces like a goddamn bouncy ball. Boosh! As the whole creature now lies in front of you, dead as a goddamn doornail.
Oh,
We're not even
Well
gonna
done.
see my belt buckle. It's huge.
Can I spot it?
Can you spot the belt buckle? Sure, make perception checks.
That is a
Florida.
15.
Yeah, that you
Oh,
find
it's
it.
big.
It's a big
Alright,
back belt buckle.
Narek, you watch as Callahan uses his mind to float it up to you and drop it into your hand.
Appreciate it. Don't touch my stuff.
I didn't.
All right. As now, as the blood of the four-leaf clover starts to like kind of seep into the ground, you watch as the magics begin to cause this kind of almost opalescent bioluminescence that fills this chamber with this kind of green emerald light that starts to waft around and create this kind of scintillating pattern. Now,
Elvis, don't worry. I just start swinging out the air.
Oh, old friend, those might be spices. Those might be flavors we can use. And I'll go up and I'll start, if I may, start investigating and kind of seeing what I can harvest.
Looking around, once again, please make me a Constitution saving throw.
Oh no. Okay, not bad. 12.
Well, once again, for some reason, you start to touch the opal deposits that I just described, and again, your hands are now itchy. As you, I feel like you were cast out of your dwarven tribe for a very different reason than people are telling you.
Listen.
Could you just imagine everyone's there picking walls, and then there's the, like your ancestors sitting there going, ow. 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 Ow.
Why do you think we developed telekinesis?
And I just reach into the ground and just pick up a thing of dirt. I'm like, I got something for that. Come here.
All
I'm
right.
just going to try and pat it on whatever rash he's got going. Throw some dirt in it. You'll be all right.
As you place your hand over Chef Callahan, covering his palms in like this soothing spit-covered dirt, it actually does kind of feel better. But as the two of you are sharing this tender moment, we have, of course, from the ancient, proud, and forbidden city of Zamul Nazgul, what seems to be a special construct that was made for the dwarves here in this mine. A large fridge seems to be making its way towards you. And you watch as the fridge door opens, and inside it is filled to the brim with beer. And you hear, and you lean forward, and you can almost taste it, the sort of condensation, the crispness of the beer in the fridge. It's still cold. It's still good, as this giant fridge golem leans forward and says, in a somewhat disturbing way,
Please don't say it's light beer.
and fires several of the beer bottles in your direction. I need dexterity saving throws, please.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, yeah, because it's a dwarf. I'm ecstatic in those.
Glory, glory, what a hell of a way to die.
That's only a 13.
Only a 13. What's your liquor of choice, Dad?
Any kind of ale you got.
All right, this is Brunick Big Beard's 3 Belly Belching Brew. Say that 3 times fast.
Beer, beer, beer. Now,
Done. All right. As it strikes you, you take 2d6 points of damage directly in the good old gut for 7 points of damage. That then explodes in this shower of beer and foam. Chef Callahan, what'd you get?
I got a 17.
You managed to dodge it. Make another dexterity saving throw.
That, my friend, is a 27.
You catch your beer.
I give it a old sniff check.
It smells like a very hearty stout, with probably what you can tell is like notes of like maybe like oak, like a wood barrel kind of vibe.
And I stash it for the cooking.
Done. You may add aged dwarven ale to your secret ingredients or your special ingredients. All right. Well.
I just ream my beard right into the mouth. Just,
Oh,
That's respectable.
It pours down your lips. What you have suddenly starts to fill you with gas. I would like for you to now add to your character sheet. You have a breath weapon. It is a sonic breath weapon that you can
That's
deploy in the next 1d4 rounds and does 10d6 points of damage.
How much was that?
10d6.
Well, I'm not in
Nice.
brush today, but geez.
All right. We're going to go to a different round of initiative, so let's get everyone to roll that for us.
Okay.
You watch as the giant
15.
golem takes out one of its beers, opens it up, and prepares to use it as a weapon by shaking it.
Did you just make that sound effect with your mouth?
No, I have a soft drink.
Oh, dude, I wigged out. I was like, wait, he's a god. Okay. And there is a corpse, right? The hooked horror corpse is below, is by your feet.
Yes, the hooked horror corpse is right by your feet.
Okay.
All right, what was our initiatives?
I got 15.
7.
15. All right. Switching the rolls around, we have Callahan. You are first.
All right. You're gonna watch me put 1 foot back, and then I will cast. No, I'm not gonna do that. I'm actually going to use a cantrip, and you do create bonfire from under it. It needs a dex save of 13.
Ooh, very well. All right. The large fridge, as it stands in position, is suddenly ignited by flame. However, the dwarves built this thing good, and it is immune to fire damage.
Oh no. Okay, that's most of my kit. Let's go.
Same, bro.
Then,
Same.
as a bonus action, I will use Expeditious Retreat and back way up.
So
I
as
don't know how far back I can go, but all the way back.
oh yeah, you can go all the way back. As you begin to make your way back, I need you to make me a perception check.
Oh, no. Okay, that was pretty good. Perception 22.
Brilliant, yeah.
18 plus 4. Oh, excellent. My prey.
As you can see,
you freakish chickens.
As you see two more of these hooked horrors in the corridor to the north, being drawn by the sounds of both battle and beverage.
I crack my knuckles.
All right, Daddy, it's your turn.
Oh, sweet morning. All right. You gotta get the brew one way or another. And I'm gonna pull out my warhammer. And I say, don't put the top! And I'm gonna charge the golem.
All
in
right.
the fridge.
You leap over the hooked horror and begin to thunder towards this large fridge. It has its beer in its hand as you take a swing. Make your hit.
That would be 23.
A 23 finds solid purchase in the
Let's
center,
go.
denting the door hinge that opens in its chest. Deal your damage.
All right, come on. That is only 7 damage.
All right, 7 points of damage. Will still hit. We'll still do 7 damage. Despite it looking like an iron golem, you know, for reasons, it's actually not made of such sturdy steel. So, it does dent at the hammer blow. As it does so, you hear the sounds of the bottles rattling inside of it. One of the bottles falls out and rolls by your side. It says, quite simply, Sweet Moradin.
Oh! Can I attempt to snatch it up?
If you do it now, I'm gonna give you a proposal. Now, I have here something very special, something that is forged for me by the people over at Wooten Forge. This is an Australian company that makes some really, really cool stuff, wood stuff and steel stuff. And they have right here the Dead Aussie Gamer Do or Die coin. Now, what I use this for is I use this for an offer. My offer to you is I will allow you to try to get another action to grab and utilize the Sweet Moradin. And if it says do, you'll do so. You'll simply succeed in a heroic fashion. But if you hit the die section, something bad happens. Do you want to take me up on the offer or wait till your next turn?
Ooh, no guts, no glory.
All right.
Nice.
We flip the coin. I'm going to mute myself so you don't have to hear it smash into my table.
Please don't let the bottle smash.
That is, unfortunately, the die.
Oh.
So, as Dwarven Dad leans down, he grabs hold of the Sweet Moradin. He cracks the top of the bottle with the the pommel of his the warhammer, smashing it. But as he is about to place it into his mouth, all of a sudden the door hinge swings open, and the iron golem leans forward, and with a solid thump, Dwarven Dad is consumed and in the belly of the fridge golem.
Oh, that's no good.
We now return to the hooked horrors.
Surrounded by beer, there's worse places to be.
You right.
Fair.
You right.
All right. With the sounds of clucking, these hooked horrors charge
Come on.
at Chef Callahan.
Come on then, let's have at it.
They attempt to hook you. Ooh, only one of them manages to do so. The first, as it goes to try and hook you, manages to get you and pull you in close. Its beak poised, ready to attack. But as the second one moves in, you watch as it pulls the armor away, and the two of them then begin to fight and bicker. They start snapping at each other and like kind of clawing at each other and will attack themselves. One will hit. Both of them will hit. They will hit each other. All right. Amidst the fighting and the chaos, Callahan, you are between these two large abominations.
Awesome. So they're not focused on me.
No, not at all.
Okay. My question is, I really want to go help Narek, but I've got two things here that are right on top of me, so I don't think I can get away. So what I'm gonna do...
You just hear, I'm good.
All right, if you're good, you're good. So there is I'm gonna cast my favorite spell. I have never gotten to cast this as a player before, and what I'm going to do is you watch as I take out a specific kind of liquid and just kind of pour it on my head and toss the can and pull out a flint and pull out the flint and just ignite it, and I light myself on fire and cast Investiture of Flame. Flame races across your body, shedding bright light in a 30-foot radius and dim light for an additional 30 feet for the spell's duration. The flames don't harm you. Until the spell ends, which is up to 10 minutes. It's a concentration spell. The flames, you gain the following benefits. You're immune to fire and have resistance to cold. Any creature that moves within 5 feet of you or the first time on the turn or ends there takes 1d10 fire damage. You can use your action to create a line of fire 15 feet long, 5 feet wide, extending from you in a direction you choose. Each creature in the line must make a dex save of 17. A creature takes 4d8 fire damage on a failed save. So I just completely burst into flame. And, oh, I think you're muted, my friend.
Sorry, thank you. God. Your hair begins to glow with natural energies that flow from the very bowels of the earth. The thundering laval flows that sort of channel you and your druidic energies rise up and ignite you and your hair as you are now a ball of flame.
And they both need a dex save, I believe, unless I need to walk forward a little bit to get into range.
They will both fail.
Okay, then they are both going to take, for starters, 1d10 fire damage. Comes out to 3 fire damage. And for a bonus action, you're gonna watch as I gather up some of this fire and summon a fire elemental.
Oh damn!
It's a small one. I'm a wildfire druid, and so I get what's it called? A summon wildfire spirit. It's not an elemental. Oh, it is elemental-esque, but shares my initiative count. Takes its turn immediately after me.
All right.
So then it's going to attack, I believe.
See, you can take the boy out the forge, but you can't take the forge out the boy.
It is going to hurl a flame seed. You watch this like just hurls this little fiery globule at one of them with a 26 to hit.
That'll hit. Yeah.
Oh.
That is 8 fire damage.
All right. As 8 fire damage ignites and burns through their bodies, they start to try and put themselves out. Now, no one said that hooked horrors were all that bright. So as they both catch fire,
Oh my god.
as these 2 giant turkeys stab themselves to death.
Oh my god.
Meanwhile, Dwarven Dad.
Yeah, that's my turn. Good vibes.
All right. It is cold where you are. You kind of give the old testy kick at the door. It seems to be sealed, and you kind of feel yourself pinned against a multitude of icy cold beverages. But in your hand still is Sweet Moradin.
Awesome. Now, I'm torn because I can either try and load everything touching me into a bag, or I can just pop this fridge open.
Hey, yo.
It's true.
I'm sorry.
Take an action. I'm gonna see how many I can just stuff in a bag. Just
Nice.
All right.
get on my person.
Roll a percent. Actually, you know what? I'll roll a percentage. Here we go. This is what's gonna happen. Here
I'll
we go.
say.
Oh, you have a percentage?
Well, I got a D100.
Oh yeah. If you got a D100, roll it. I'm down for it.
That is a, what is that? That's a 46.
All right. You have 46 bottles of assorted beverages from the Dwarven kingdoms now stashed onto your person. I would like to also provide you with a +2 AC bonus to your character, as you are now more glass than dwarf.
Cool.
I feel like this is gonna come back to bite me.
All right. However, you are still inside the belly of this creature, which means you are going to take 6d6 cold damage, because the dwarves like their beer cold and their forges hot.
All
So
right.
that'll be 22 points of cold damage.
I have so many fire
Chilly.
spells. We're in trouble.
All right. Moving right along, we then return to the Iron Golem, who is going to kind of ignore the fact that it's just devoured the Dwarven Dad, and makes their way over to Callahan. As it does so, you watch as it still has that bottle in its arm that it's been shaking this whole time like a freaking paint mixer, just
Oh.
until eventually all you hear is, as it is moving like almost in reverse,
Well, that's impressive.
it then puts its thumb over the bottleneck,
Oh no.
and I need you to make me a dexterity saving throw.
All right.
You just hear from inside the fridge, open your mouth!
Yeah, right. Is this a flammable liquid? Has this guy thought this through? That is a 26.
26. All right, you manage to dodge out of the way as you see what is effectively a pressurized, like stone cutter of liquid suddenly fire from the neck of the bottle. However,
Oh man.
what happens here? Nope, that's not the one.
Oh, I was very concerned.
Fine.
I was like, that can't be good.
All right.
I
happens
technically
here?
have a blanket in my pack.
Oh yeah, that'll work. All right. As you dodge out of the way, you realize that you dodged the wrong way. You dodged into the beam. As it makes its way forward, you're suddenly pushed to one side by this tiny little glowing flaming hand. As you are pushed clear, you see your tiny flame elemental.
No!
As he pushes, and you watch as
Jeffrey!
as Jeffrey, as,
Oh no.
as this beam of ale suddenly hits the side of Jeffrey, and you watch as it immediately almost like vaporizes Jeffrey from that central point. You see the flames sort of snuff out, and the last thing to leave is like the edges of his fingertips as they disappear in front of you.
Yeah, I'm gonna turn. Oh.
Oh, by the way, this is one of those
yeah,
fridges
done
with the
messed
window.
up, boyo.
Sorry, one more go one more time, Callahan. I love that line. Do it again.
Yeah, done messed up, boyo.
All right. Well, it is your turn. What do you want to do?
Okay. I've got a few options, and almost all of them are fire. So I've got to get a little creative here. Gosh. I am going to cast Wither and Bloom. Oh no, that doesn't work. Hang on. Sorry. I'm sorry. That doesn't work. You know what? I'm gonna pull a rapier.
Well, I was gonna say, keeping in mind, you do have 2 hero points, which can be used to petition the DM for stuff that isn't based on the rules. It's what they do.
Okay, I will.
You said this fridge has a window?
Yeah, it's like one of those like sliding windows, so you can see what's inside. You feel like you're not the first dwarf to have gotten
The
stuck
second I
here.
see him grab a rapier and not a hammer, all he sees is a finger pointing at the glass like,
I'm not like you.
I'm just imagining inside. Do you have like paper and pen inside of in your backpack?
yes, I do.
Yeah. So I'm imagine just you writing down, "You're killing your mother," and just put it in. All right.
I will use a bonus action to do telekinetic shove.
Telekinetic
It
shove.
needs a DC saving throw of 17 strength, which is, in hindsight, probably going to succeed. But then I'll pull a rapier and I will try to get that sneak attack because my brother in arms is quite nearby.
All right.
But if it's prone, then I'm at advantage anyway. But we'll see if it falls over.
All right. Let's see what it does.
Strength save of 17.
It rolled a 13. It falls backwards from your telekinetic shove and lands. As this happens, Dwarven Daddy, let's get a dexterity saving throw from you, please.
That is an 11.
Oh yeah, you are rained on by whatever bottles remain, taking 2 points of damage. Mostly because, again, you're covered in armor and stuff. Ale begins to pour onto your face and into your beard and into your hair. It is actually super delicious. You are now swimming in almost like this bath of it. Yeah. When you when you open it, the door opens and you just watch as just like one of those beach shots. Like as you come out, your ale in your hair just. And you are now no longer inside of the belly of the creature.
I'm still very much on fire.
And yes,
also, it should be noted that my rapier is made of stone and bone.
All right.
It's a single tear.
That's fine.
Down the side.
All right, Dwarven Dad, you're up next.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did
Oh,
I get my sneak attack?
Oh, yes, you did.
Okay. Sorry. I still need to roll for it. My
Oh,
apologies.
right. Yeah. Please do.
Sorry to interrupt you, Dwarven Dad.
No, it's fine. That was my bad.
It is prone, so I have advantage. That is a 19 to hit.
A 19 will absolutely hit.
Okay. I don't have that many levels in Rogue, so it's only 2d6 on the sneak attack, 1d8 for the rapier itself, 4, 5, 9, 3. That is 12 plus 3, 15 damage piercing.
Nice. All right.
Ooh.
Again, this is a refrigerator, so yes, you do manage to pierce it quite well. Yep, it is.
I'll
it
get
is
you
now,
out, brother. Don't worry.
You now watch as a single stream of ale just sort of out into the floor from where you've. All right, Dwarven
A
Dad,
water
you're-
fountain.
Yeah, it's a water fountain.
Is this thing?
Yeah, pretty bunged up.
I'm gonna lean over it since I'm now sticking out of it. And as I lean down, I'm about to hit it with the worst insults I got, but I got a rumbling in my tummy. That beer's been shaken up. I'm gonna hit it with that that sonic belching.
All right. Well, it has disadvantage on its dex save because it's prone. Its dex is a -1. So,
I mean, I'm sitting right in it.
yeah. Yeah, just, yep. Blow this thing away as you open your mouth and you just let one rip. Oh, wait, is this the
Oh my gosh,
first?
I'm gonna,
Sorry,
use-
what round is this since you got that? It's like the second round, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good. It's still a burp then.
So that's 10d6. Yeesh. I don't know if I
Indeed.
got that many. 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, here's 5 of them. I'll do it again. That's 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Then we got 18, 19, 20, 20, 22, 23, 24, 27.
You watch as the entire head of this giant robotic animatronic fridge is blown to smithereens. As it does so,
Nice.
the head cracks open, and inside you see it's kind of like almost like a bottle of like crystal clear liquid. You could swear it's water from how clear it is, with a single gold coin lodged inside of it. This is a gold coin from an ancient Dwarven king. This is from his special reserve gold schlager with real authentic Dwarven gold.
Yoink! I'm just gonna.
I'll take that, thank you.
The only appropriate answer.
All right.
Come on! We're getting there as soon as this is over.
Excellent.
We're not using this
I'm
in the
still
cooking.
completely
You and
on
me
fire.
afterwards. We got this.
You've got the secret ingredient, but that's for you. All right. Now, with 3 hooked horrors now having been caught, you begin to make your way looking around for more while you still have time to acquire more of these.
What
As
size
you make-
creature are these? I'm sorry.
They're large.
Okay.
All right. As you make your way, there is yet another hooked horror waiting for you just beyond the next room. It seems to have not noticed you for the time being. Brock, 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 Brock.
I would like to drop a huge ass wall of fire on it from my Investiture of Flame, which so I'm still just completely on fire.
Sure, sure.
Okay.
Dwarven Dad, what are you gonna do as you sneak up on this thing?
It's gonna be like an old school Tom and Jerry cartoon. I got my hammer and I'm just kind of walking up on it.
All right. As you walk up on it, and as you prepare your flames, this hooked horror, who has no clue what's about to hit him, suddenly turns in your direction. Cloudy eyes disappear in an instant. But not for the reason you think.
Uh-oh.
As erupting from the ground,
Oh!
and watching immediately
hell.
slip down the gullet of this large worm that now basically plows through one of the walls, rips into this flesh. You watch as one of the hooks lands in front of you, severed from its upper body. As this large purple worm burrows in front of you.
I'm just gonna slowly look at Narek, just
I'm just gonna slowly reach for the limb that fell out.
All right, you grab the hook end and you start dragging it. As soon as you drag it, it sends tremors in the ground. The worm stops undulating and moves as if it's waiting for something or someone to make a move.
I'm gonna very slowly turn to you and just go, run.
yeah. I'm gonna cast. Where to go? Hang on. I got something for this. I was thinking the same thing, brother. I'm gonna cast Pass Without Trace on us.
All right. As you cast the spell, you move your hands and you say the magic words. Unfortunately, purple worms, definitely blind. But Deaf Spot, not so much.
Uh-oh.
As we're going to go into our last initiative of the round one.
Oh, hell.
Well,
All right. Callahan, what do we got?
I've got a 13 to my initiative.
Very nice. And Dwarven Dad? A 3.
3.
Oh, dang.
Uh-oh.
All right. Well. Callahan, you're up first.
All right, well, let's try fire. I'm gonna drop the wall of fire from my Investor of Flame on it. It needs a dex save of 17.
A dex save of 17. All right, let's see if we can make it.
Come on.
It'll go with the first one, not the second, which was 5 on its reflex.
That is where'd it go? I believe it's 4d. 4d8 fire damage rolling now. That is 32 fire damage.
Very nice. All right.
Woo!
The creature leans back and roars in anger. As it turns its
It's in my beard.
Yeah, you're covered in spit. As it turns its attention to you, Callahan, striking you with its grinding jaws for 25 points of damage.
Okay. It's gonna take 1d10 fire damage for coming into range 5 feet of me.
Oh, easy done.
That is 7 fire damage.
All right, done and done. Dwarven Dad, we go to you. Now, keeping in mind, this is a cooking contest. If you want pieces or meats or any particular part of anything you fight during round 1, now's your chance to get it.
Oh. So there won't be like a harvesting bit after?
They are for the things you've killed.
Okay.
I'm gonna try and get me some purple worm steak right now.
Absolutely.
As my bonus action, I'm gonna cast Searing Smite yet again,
Love that.
and then I'm gonna take a swing at this guy. $24.
Nice. With a 24. Now, what are you hitting with? You're hitting with your Warhammer, right?
My Warhammer.
All right. Well, that will hit, striking against its very, very thick hide. Now, purple worms are made of interlocking, very, very dense plates that shift and move. I'm gonna get you to roll me a percentage, please, as you strike this this purple worm.
That is an 89.
With an 89, you have managed to place your Warhammer between these plates as they've grinded and twisted to aim at Chef Callahan. Your Warhammer, however, is now, if you force it in, able to pinch between the plates, giving you access to the muscle between those segments. But you will have to leave your hammer behind.
I got plenty. So,
All right. It wedges in and is now stuck between those plates, exposing the vulnerable sweetmeats within.
all right. So do I roll my damage?
You can roll your damage, yeah.
All right. D10 for the hammer. That is 8 for the hammer. Then the Searing Smite, not the Searing Smite, the, what was this one? Yeah, the Searing Smite. Woo! That's 5, 10, plus 12, 22, 24, 25, 26.
Nice.
And then I'm going to go ahead and Divine Strike, which I totally forgot to do the first time I swung my hammer, which once per turn, because I'm a cleric, allows me to add 2d8 to the damage of fire damage. That is only 9 damage, so that's fire damage. And now this worm owes me a DC 17 con check, or it gets set on fire.
Nice.
All right. It fails with a
And
17
fails
on its
this-
saving throw.
Let's go.
So it takes an additional 1d6 fire damage, because it failed its save. That's 2 fire damage. And let's see here. So on the start of each of its turns, until the spell ends, it must make that con save. And if it fails, it takes another d6, and that don't end until it puts out the flames.
All right. Done and done. It is ignited. A giant. You watch as it spreads through its body too, like just like almost like a firework, as the holy flames now engulf this creature. It's still alive.
Oh, I'm cooking, baby!
It is smelling. Yeah, it smells like your home cooking, for sure. All right, Callahan. You watch as the
Okay.
flames are making their way towards you along the length of this worm.
The flames are making
Oops.
its way towards me.
Yep.
Oh, that's fine. I'm made of fire right now. I am like fully engulfed in flame. Okay, so can I still see the hammer that it's like wedged in there?
Let's see where you're going with this.
I think you're in the front of it, and the warhammer is to the side where Dwarven Dad hit. So I'd
Can
say
I
that
can
you
I
can't...
can I shimmy and get a glance?
Sure.
Okay. I'm actually gonna cast Enlarge Reduce on it to see if I can pry off a huge chunk of plating.
Fuck it. Give me a
Oh, you
hero
went a
point and you
completely
can do
different way than
it.
I thought you were going.
Yeah.
It's already on fire.
Yeah, give me a hero point and I'll let you do it.
All right, I love it. Hero point burnt.
All right, the hero point causes the hammer to grow and snap a piece clean off.
I will scoop that up. Is there any meat on it?
Sure. Yeah, I reckon it'll take some of the like the crackling. Like think of it like pork crackling. Like it's taking some of that top layer off.
All right. And for my bonus action, I will resummon Jeffrey.
All right.
Wait, hang on. Making sure I can do that. Yeah, I think I can. Yep.
All right. As you channel your energies once again, a tiny mote of fire arrives, and it's Jeffrey. He's okay. No one needs to cancel my channel. Oh,
That's my turn.
Jeffrey's just chilling? Alright. The purple worm turns around and will swallow Jeffrey.
Oh, that's okay.
With a 19 to hit.
Oh, start of its turn. It's got to make its con save.
Dang
And it takes 1d10 fire damage from
Fuck
industrial
off!
flame.
Fucking
9
dwarves.
fire damage.
Alright.
I'd give you a fist bump, Dwarven Dad, but I'm on fire.
Alright, what was the DC?
Like, when are we supposed to cook this stuff? Right now?
No time like the present.
Alright, what do we get? What's the DCs?
17.
And...
Mine doesn't have one.
Oh, okay. Well, he makes
Takes
he makes
9
a
fire
DC,
damage.
Yeah, he makes a DC of 24. So he is
Ooh.
yeah, so he's okay
He's
for
still
that
on
one.
fire. He's got to put it
He's
out.
still- yeah, he's still on fire, but he's managed to make the save. And he takes extra damage from Callahan, and he is going to swallow Jeffrey. And because I am a monster, I'm also going to attempt to swallow Callahan as well. Callahan, make a dexterity saving throw.
I I'm gonna choose to fail, boss. I am a being that is fully engulfed in flame. I will go in.
All right. As it opens its mouth,
He's going straight for the prime rib. There's like no quicker route to it.
I'm gonna look at Narek and be like, oh, this is gonna be good.
All right. Likewise, you disappear into the mouth of the creature. It is dark in here, but thankfully, because you're a dwarf, you can see around. The light from you and your the light from you and the and Jeffrey seems to illuminate the area somewhat. As you feel the squelching, the like sort of like ankle-high puddles nearby, you make your way towards the deeper parts, the sweetmeats.
Ah, good.
As you do so, all of a sudden you hear.
Oh, you're kidding me.
As we jump over to Dwarven Dad.
Yeah, so if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I just look at it and I'm like, why won't you stay down? And I'm gonna raise the belt for this one.
No.
And
All right.
as I raise the belt, it's gonna ignite in fire because I'm gonna go Searing Smite one more time. Every time I cast it, it's going to spell slot lower though, just so you know.
All right. With belt raised.
Oh! Alright, so 21.
21 will hit.
Don't look at that count. Don't look at that count. Alright. Alright, so that's a D4 for the belt.
Mm-hmm.
It's 1. Plus 2, so that's 3. 5d6, that's 6 is 12. 13, 14, 15, 17. And then the divine. Ooh, that's max. So what's 17 plus 16? Someone help me math.
27 plus
33.
16?
No, 43.
17 plus 16.
33.
Woo! 33.
All right.
So just 33 as I just bring the belt, just bam.
33 points of belt damage. As Dwarven Dad whips into this dude. The giant worm is again unsure of what exactly is happening. But it is none too impressed. It has eaten some spicy food in its time, but Chef Callahan is definitely spicy. But then all of a sudden to just have this dwarf just start whipping its frickin' belt at it. The worm is perplexed, to say the least. As it goes to look at good dear old daddy, it raises a sting from under the ground. I need a dexterity saving throw from dear old Dwarven Dad, as out of the earth, a large sting is going to strike.
Oh, that's a crit. So that's 22.
You manage to dodge. You kind of feel your beard tingle a little bit as this spike comes out of the ground and you roll to one side, avoiding getting skewered by this poisonous barb.
Part of me hears poisonous barb, and the other part of me hears spicy skewers.
Hey, it's out there. You've got
Hey,
you guys have got one round to get your last ingredients. So Dwarven Dad, it is up to you now.
Can I attempt to wrench this spike loose?
Do it. Let's go.
All right. Make a strength check as you try to rip out the stinger of a purple worm.
Oh, it's another crit.
Damn! Well, we have a rule here at on this channel. I need you to roll me another D20. I need you to roll me another D20, and if you roll a nat 20, it is a catastrophic success.
Oh gosh!
No. what a phrase!
Just die. You have a heart attack from excitement. Oh, that jack die landed on my keyboard. That is a 12.
All right. So, grabbing hold of the spine, you twist, you turn, and you wrench, and you pull out, ripping out the spine. This creature is in agony and definitely did not appreciate that. You've also got some nice bits of meat that's there in addition to the venom sac attached to it. But as you've managed to wrench this out, inside Chef Callahan, you are going to take...
Oh, good.
22
Oh, look
points.
at all those ones.
I know, right? 22 points of damage as the tunnel that you're in of the purple worm's gut starts to compress and crush you here and there. But with our last round of the battle phase, Chef Callahan, what do you want to do?
Okay. Can I? Does this thing have a tongue? Am I like by it, or are there any particular like
I have to fucking
flank
answer?
of? I guess my
Does
question
a
is,
purple worm have a tongue?
Can I make a perception or a nature check or something like that to determine what like delicate meat I could potentially go after here?
Oh
with
yeah,
it
sure.
where I'm
Make
at?
a nature check.
Oh, let's go. Nature?
You just got a grocery cart, like just going through here.
Yeah. Just going along.
These are on sale.
That is an 18.
An 18. All right. With an 18, you are actually pretty close to something very, very tasty. However, you would need to get there quickly.
Okay.
You are very close to the heart. Good eatins, especially because worms have multiple hearts.
Okay.
Now, here's the catch. You're currently in the digestive tract. You can't get there from here. But
Okay.
I'm going to offer you the do or die. The hooked horror that is going to attack you will instead tear open one of the vascular walls adjacent to where you are, allowing you access to a direct passage into the heart of this creature. If you fail, the same thing will kind of happen. But if you've ever tried to be a blood cell in something's heart, you're going to have to make a lot of saves to avoid passing out from the G forces that your body is about to experience.
Okay.
So,
all right, I'll take that. I'll take that 50.
Take a do or die? All right.
Yep.
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of want to see the roller coaster, but
So, the hooked horror lunges forward inside the belly of the creature. Only one arm, as the other one had been taken off, as it scratches right next to you. You dodge the attack, but narrowly, as the wall opens and tears. Blood begins to pour into the wound, and as this happens, you watch as you can kind of turn around and see the tear and the bloodstream of this almost like bluish black ichor racing through the veins of this creature. You take a deep breath and you jump in, cauterizing the wound behind you as you are on fire. The hooked horror looks at what's happening and tries to get at you, but instead sees Jeffrey as the only person there. It turns around and tries to attack Jeffrey. As it does so, it catches fire. And stabs itself to death. Because hooked horrors are dumb. As you begin to race through the veins. Left. Hard right. Hard left. Down. Up. Down. Up. Around. And suddenly you start to hear this thrumming. And you suddenly find a stillness as you arrive at the heart of the creature.
Okay. Can what's the size of the heart roughly in feet?
You're in it. It is a room.
Okay. Is it smaller than 60 feet?
Yes.
Okay.
It's
I
like
cast
40 foot.
flaming sphere around the heart to try to cauterize and detach it from the rest of the body, which is a 60-foot radius.
I'm gonna take your last hero point for that one, but yes, you can
Okay.
do that. All right, very well. With that, you begin to focus your flames and you create a perfect circle around its heart, capturing it as the creature suddenly falls over, having had a heart attack, because now you've detached its heart. But, as previously mentioned, these are well known for having multiple hearts. But in that moment of pause, Dwarven Dad, it is your turn, and your last chance to gain any resources that you like.
Oh, sweet morning. All right, so we've already established that he's popped off a big chunk of that shell, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm going to grab my great axe, and I'm going to try and cut me off a steak.
All right, make a survival check, just to see what kind of quality of steak you get.
Oh. Double check my... You said what kind of check was this?
Survival.
Survival? Ooh, +4. I swear to God,
No
it's
way.
20.
Let's go.
All right. So, with your axe.
Oh, sorry, I gotta.
No, I believe you. I believe you. This is what we're all about. All right. So, you find and slice into the purple worm and cut out off the biggest, tastiest, and most succulent piece of New York strip that you have ever seen. It is marbled to perfection. It's got this thin layer of fat that is it's basically clinging to it. There is a nice white strip of sinew that is attached to basically a piece of the rib that you've managed to take off as well. So it is actually on the bone still as you've dragged your axe through this thing. But as you peel off this, by the way, the steak is probably about maybe 7 foot long. As just
Nice.
as a scape of how big it is. As you do this, however,
Let's twice my height.
basically, you hear the sound of a gong ringing as both of you are engulfed once again in flame and brought back to the main stage. This is not the main stage, but we'll go there. All right.
I just look like I'm carrying a twin mattress.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, what a starting round. Our heroes having gone toe-to-toe with the number of creatures, but working in tandem to get as many resources as they can. But, as always, this is a competition. So let's go over what each of our heroes have gathered in the first round for their cuisine. Chef Callahan, you have acquired several corpses of the hooked horrors in question, many of which have already been smoked due to your fire magic. You've also got one in particular that is what we're going to call a reverse stuffed hooked horror. that has been brined in the stomach acid of a purple worm. You also have a bottle.
Cool.
You also have a bottle of fine dwarven ale that you acquired from the fridge golem. Next, we have the piece of purple worm heart that you have now acquired as well. Gathered within as well is the blood of the purple worm, which will also be added to your inventory. Dwarven Dad, in addition to several very expertly killed hooked horrors, you have also acquired the Dwarven King Goldschlager, as well as Sweet Moradin, a fine and tempered cider that has been made from dwarven-grown under apples from the gardens of the mines here. You've also acquired a large, massive New York strip of purple worm. Now, with these ingredients, you will be taken to the kitchen after we return from our break in order to try and make your starter course, main course, and dessert for the following rounds. Ladies and gentlemen, I encourage you to take your own break. Gather something to eat, something to drink, because the next couple of rounds are going to leave you wanting to do nothing but to fill your faces with the finest of dwarven cuisines and drinks. So grab your beverages, grab a snack, and we'll be back in a little while. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Dragon Kitchen, our culinary conquest featuring these amazing dwarven paragons who are preparing to, of course, fight each other one-on-one in the kitchen battle that is this dragon contest. Chef Callahan and the Dwarven Dad, you have now emerged from the battle round victorious, laden with all of the bounties that the Dwarven mines had to offer. How do you feel about the first round? How do you feel like you guys went?
I feel I did not get digested, so I'm good.
Good. For sure.
I'm feeling pretty good. I'm feeling pretty excited to. Well, I'm feeling great. I'm feeling very excited to get my hands into this meat and this flesh and make it scrumptious.
Amazing. Well, without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let us take our would-be battlers across to none other than our very own Dragon Kitchen. You look around you and you can see that both of you are now in a stadium arena. Surrounding you are a number of different piles of assorted food, ranging from fresh vegetables, hearty rooted potatoes, drinks, beverages, a bubbling cauldron with what looks to be a fire method sitting at its heart, a grill, and even a cold plate fit with runic magic to allow you to freeze things should you desire. All of your ingredients have already been placed here that you have gathered, as well as a few extra pieces that you may not have uncovered as well. All of the hooked horrors have been processed, all of the meat now prepared. What is now going to happen are 3 rounds for you to prepare your starter, your main, and your dessert. During this period of time, you'll be undergoing a number of challenges in which our audience and your judges will be able to influence and interfere with things as they happen. Now, Dwarven Dad, you are the only holder of a hero point, which you may use during the battle. However, there are ways for the audience to pay for a sabotage for the player of their choice, to interfere with a kitchen chaos event, a random event that will affect both of our players, or for those of you who really wish for something truly unique, we'll be taking this fight somewhere that our players may not be too comfortable with. I know in the chat it says underwater, but that was our last reward. This week, it is the lava folds.
Oh.
The molten pits is where our kitchen will be transported. So, without any further ado,
I was ready for water.
I wasn't.
let us roll initiative and see which of our competitors gets to take to the kitchen first.
7.
7.
4.
7 and a 4. Very nice. All right. Well, with that being said, the round will start with Chef Callahan.
Okay. So same deal with the action, bonus action, movement, speed, and reaction?
These are not actions as you would know them in Dungeons & Dragons. These are simply you going through the process of making your starter, taking the ingredients, preparing them, and I will give you skill challenges.
Okay, I like it. I will open with I'm gonna use some of the hooked horrors long tapered pointy hooks and make them into kind of a stand and put the plate of the worm, of the purple worm on top of it to make like a makeshift bowl, and cast create bonfire under it.
All right.
Because I'm looking at all these
hacksaw.
metal instruments around and getting nervous.
Oh yeah, you find that as you're looking around, immediately the staff start making their way over. You see this kind of very forlorn-looking gremlin with "Hi, my name is Eugene" written on a name tag. That name tag is also covered in blood.
Okay.
He looks to you and he hands you what looks to be a small leather satchel. This leather satchel is filled with wooden implements for carving, cutting, and the like. As well as
Eugene, I
bone.
like you.
Thanks, that'd make a first.
Oh, okay.
and he kind of like wanders off. Using the hacksaw, you cut through the hard bones of the claws of the hooked horror, and you place the plate, precariously balanced but well balanced, onto the top of the hooks.
Okay.
What do you use to create the fire? What is the fuel source here?
Create bonfire. It's a cantrip.
Just the spell, nothing else. All right.
Oh yeah.
In the center of the purple worm armored plate, you now see a glowing fire.
Oh no, I'm gonna make a soup in the plate, and the fire's under it. If that's all right.
Oh, right. Sorry, my apologies. I thought you. Yeah. I'm with you. So, yep. All right. The fire begins to erupt, and you watch as the plate begins to heat up.
Nice. I'm gonna look about and see if there's any water that I might be able to pour into my bowl-like plate.
You look
Plating.
over at a barrel with a water elemental in it. It seems to be sitting down like it's in a spa, just kind of like chilling out. Sees you and gives you one of the head nods. Hands you a ladle.
Mm-hmm. Thank you kindly. And I'm gonna toss it a good berry.
It floats.
Actually, sorry,
in its head.
a chef's good. And then I'm going to pour water into the bowl. I am going to take the elf little clover leaf, give that a sniff check, a little nibble, see what it tastes like.
Tastes like victory.
Excellent. I'm going to take it, crush it, and put that in there as it draws to a boil. I am going to put the aged dwarven ale in it after I dispel magic upon it. And then I'm going to cut fine sheets of hooked horror flesh that has been brined in the stomach acid of the purple heart of the the purple worm.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to simmer all that together and make kind of a soup for my opener.
All right. So you're making the soup or you're making the broth?
Does sound like more like a broth, yeah.
Okay, cool. So, as you are starting to build the broth, you start to as the meat begins to boil, you watch as the scum kind of rises to the surface. You kind of scrape some of that off as well and just sort of toss it as it goes to try and make a nice, hearty but clear soup as you do so.
Yeah, toss it to Jeffrey.
We're gonna get, toss it to Jeffrey. Ow. as Jeffrey eats the remnants. As you do so, we're going to have you make a wisdom-based proficient skill. This is our culinary skill. This is to kind of showcase that you know how to cook at least a little bit, and your sense of like the timing and taste is coming into play here.
Okay. I gotta say, these miniatures look amazing. I didn't know you could be so detailed with them.
Oh.
That's a natural 20!
What is with
Coming
this
out
show?
to a 24.
Frickin' dwarves and their well-made dice. That's all I've got to say. It's frickin' dwarven dice is where it's at.
Halfling
Nice.
luck, halfling suck.
I point at you from across the kitchen. Yeah, you know what's up.
All right. As you maintain and you realize the brine has seeped quite nicely. However, it is very sour, meaning you need to temper out that sour with either salt or spice of some kind. What would you like to do?
I will temper it with a spice. I will cast Druidcraft to grow some spices. I'm dropping. I'm
No, that's fine.
blanking on any kind of spices.
You pull up a whole bunch of different spices. You throw in some tarragon, some lemon myrtle. You throw in obviously some salt, some pepper. Mix those in. As you taste it, lemongrass kind of goes in, but you kind of tie the lemongrass together so you can take it out in one bunch when you're ready to. A few bay leaves and what looks to be a very it's kind of like a budding assassin vine, sort of flower petals kind of thing before they've actually fully grown. As you snap these off, these kind of have like a spicy bite to them.
Nice. I will also cast Purify Food and Drink. Because it is corpse flesh that we're talking about here.
Yeah, sure.
Just to make sure I don't accidentally poison all the testers and myself.
All right, done. The broth is coming together nicely. Meanwhile, we now dart across to dear old Daddy and his kitchen.
Oh, sweet morning. I'm going to do something very similar. By that, I mean not similar at all. I'm going to gather a bunch of hook horror claws, and I'm going to take my hammerstone just to crack them.
As you do so.
And I'm heading straight for the basin full of water.
Very nice. As you crack the bone open, inside you actually see what is effectively the equivalent of a chicken tender, basically right along the center mass of the bone itself. A secret and very succulent piece of the hooked horror.
I just kind of look at him like, close enough to crab. And I'm going to carry these claws over to the pot and drop them in. I'm going to use this elemental weapon to ignite my hand axe to spark the tinder.
All right. You see over in the corner where your actual stove is, the fire method sort of, yeah, okay, fine, whatever, slams the door.
I'm now going to look around for anything that resembles olive oil, potatoes, corn.
All right. You find all of the above. You find some corn, you find some olive oil, you find some potatoes. However, these potatoes look very strange. They're actually called kublas. They're a very special type of potato that grows only in Dwarven mines.
Ooh.
Well, that's home cooking then. I want to half the corn, half the taters, and they're going straight into the pot with the claws.
You watch as the pot begins to bubble and boil as it starts to create this like beautiful aroma of that sweet corn mixed together with that almost like chickeny crab kind of smell.
And now I'm going to burn a level 7 spell slot for creation. And I'm going to create a mineral. I'm going to create rock salt from my hometown.
Cool.
All right. Reaching up, you kind of focus your energies as literally you can kind of feel the energies of Morden rising up through the earth. And you watch as you now hold what is effectively about 1.5 kilo of a giant rock salt rock.
And I just smack a good chunk off. Toss it in the water. And then I know I got them. So I'm going to take those sweet Morden and right into the crab boil.
All right. As it does so, it begins to well up and the fires kick hard. I'm going to need you to make me a dexterity saving throw as you attempt to avoid burning your beard off.
Oh, no. Not the beard.
Here's the thing. The flames kick up. I lean into it to get that whiff.
Oh, nice. I love that. I'm gonna make that a
I'm a force
constitution.
cleric, baby.
I'm gonna make you a deal on that one with a constitution saving throw as you lean into it.
Oh. Good with fire? Here's the smoke, right? That is an 8 on the die. So, let me double check my... That's 11.
11. All right. With an 11, yeah, you're definitely like, you see some smoke coming off your beard and the like. As this happens, there is some of that burnt hair smell that's like lingering in the air here a little. You have one chance if you wanted to try and add some aromatics to try and counter that. Otherwise, yeah, it's got to have that like kind of linger.
And a quick question, are there dwarves tasting this, or is this a completely different set of...
Well, it depends who is in the audience, because our audience will be tasting it, I'll be tasting it, and I consider myself a little bit of an elemental myself. Depends on the season.
That's fair.
Oh, man. All right, I'm going to look for some sweet carrot, any kind of ginger, anything that has a strong, pungent odor. Try and fight this... Actually, ginger give a little bit of spice. I want to see if we can find some ginger.
All right, make a survival check as you begin to rummage around, trying to find the right sort of root of ginger.
That is 17.
Oh, you find yourself a great bit of ginger. This is not only ginger, but I'm also going to give you the choice. Now, there is another type of root, I guess, herb, called galangao, which is a sort of a European Asian kind of an Asian equivalent of the more European ginger.
Can I smell them? Smell which one's stronger?
The smell is stronger in the ginger.
I want that sweetness of the crab, though. So I'm going to go with the galangao.
All right,
what's the other one?
The galangao. Galangao is actually
Galangao.
perfect. So galangao not only the reason it has less of a smell is because without overpowering the flavor, it actually has a natural aromatic suppressor, which means that all that burnt hair smell slowly fades almost completely from your dish as you slice and add this to your meal. Well done. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we now go to the end of round 1. The starters are now on the boil. We now make our way to the mains. But before we do so, it's time for a Kitchen Chaos event. So I need everyone in chat to type in exclamation D20. And we're going to pick someone's D20 roll to tell us what we are going to do for a Kitchen Chaos event. Now, if you like the Kitchen Chaos stuff, don't forget, you can always type in DK Donate. And it'll tell you that what you can do to influence the game. If you want more Kitchen Chaos, they
You
are...
go insane. I'm not being rude. There is a wild mosquito in here. Tearing apart Gerald.
Add it to the
I
mix.
sent it to terrorize you, to throw you off. Haha.
Oh, 15 and 18's coming up strong, I'm seeing.
That's Jeffrey.
All right. I'm loving this. It's exclamation D20. There you go, beautiful. I love it. All right, now I'm gonna roll my dice and see what we go with. All right, 6th one down. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Father Loin with a 9. All right, which means our chaos event is. Here we go.
Music's great.
Thank you. It's pretty dope. Let's see. Should be here. Ah, there we go. Number 9. Hungry goblins have entered the arena and are trying to steal your food. Do what you can to try and stop them before they get a hold of it.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
All right, and I'm going to roll again to see how many of these goblins happen to be here. There are 13 goblins that are running around. It's around the whole kitchen, so you have roughly 6 each with a wild card somewhere around. All right, as we will switch to, boom. All right.
Oh, goodness.
So, all of a sudden, trapdoors begin to open. Each of these different tiles in your kitchen suddenly reveal a different goblin that seems to be emerging from your from underneath.
Whoa!
Quick, grab what you can. Don't tell me what to do. Don't you tell me what to do. Okay, look. We'll get what we can. We'll put it in a bag. Okay, who brought the bag? I didn't bring the bag. I thought you were bringing the bag. You didn't bring the bag? Well, how are we going to carry it? Hey, Simon.
Yeah? What can I do?
Come here.
Okay, I just go, as they open this goblin's mouth. And you watch
Oh my God.
And you watch as one of them goes, and you watch as this now inflated goblin, I don't feel so good.
Okay, quick, everyone, in his gob.
And they start to run around. All right. Dwarven Dad, what do you do as these goblins are running around trying to grab what they can?
I immediately see the one that's puffed up.
Yep.
And I'm like, oh, it
Please
sucks to
no.
be you. And I grab my holy stone. I look at all of the utensils lined up on the wall, and I cast animate object.
You watch as these utensils, these knives, spatulas, ladles, and stuff like that suddenly float and hover off the wall and start to circle around Dwarven Dad. Please no. My legs are too short to run. You watch as these tiny little legs are like kicking.
Okay, so set you up to 10 non-magical objects within range that are not being worn or carried. As a bonus action, you can mentally command any of the creature you made with a spell or a creature within the 500 feet of you. You decide what action the creature will take and where it will move during its turn. And I'm just going to send all of these pointy utensils at the goblins.
All right. So as they, as these knives and ladles and stuff start chasing the goblins, you said 10?
Yeah.
All right. 10 of these goblins are waylaid completely by your utensils. A ladle's following one of the goblins, smacking it on the head. And you watch as a knife is chasing another one who has like a bit of your hooked horror in his mouth, and he's like running away, but it stabs him in the butt, and he screams, releasing the bit of meat and dropping what he has as he holds his butt and then runs back into like one of the tiny little alcoves. You watch as the spatula seems to have cornered one of the goblins, and he's sort of like, the spatula flies at this goblin. The goblin dodges, and he goes, "Ha! You missed!" And you watch as it bangs onto the stove, and the stove door opens as the fire method inside yells out, "Keep it down!" And you watch as the eyebrows are just burnt off this goblin. Congratulations, you have successfully managed to waylay a majority of the goblins in your kitchen. If you want to, you can also assist Callahan, but you don't have to.
I just go, they're ruining a good meal, and I send whatever left of the utensils to go help him out.
All right, cool.
Aw, thank you. That was kind.
All right, so Callahan, you have 3 goblins currently chased by what looks to be an egg beater and another pair of knives that are chasing them, which means you only have 3 goblins who are actually of any attention.
Okay, I am going to cast, I'm going to cast Wall of Fire. and enclose and close myself off from them so that they would have to move through the fire to get to me and my stuff.
They look at the fire, they look at you. They look at the fire, they look at you.
I grin manically. I'll eat you.
They watch the fire. The fire starts to grow. They look at each other. And the goblins make their way to where the rest of your food is.
Oh no, wait. Oh no, wait, no! Ah!
And grab a bunch of it and throw it into the mouth of the big fat goblin. Ha! Sucker!
Okay.
And you watch as they jump into the hole. As they do so, they grab the fat goblin, who then... guys! Pull harder!
Can I try to capture the dude who has my stuff?
You may. He is now stuck in one of the tiles. He says,
Okay.
please no. I have a family.
Not anymore, you don't.
They're going to miss you.
You watch his tiny arms struggle very uselessly.
I will, this is ridiculous. Oh gosh.
By the way, if anyone's actually seen, sorry, just to take an aside, if anyone's actually seen Sir Pfeffer's content, you have no idea how much joy this encounter is bringing me right now. Just all the dark Call of Cthulhu, like horror stuff.
This is very strange for me. I will snatch at him with burning hands and try to squeeze him like a tube of toothpaste to get my stuff back.
All right, well, that'll definitely work as these flaming arms come out and wrap around the goblin's body. He squeezes, and you watch as he opens his mouth.
It needs a dex save of 17, and it will take 5d6 fire damage or half that.
As he regurgitates all of the food that he has now eaten. As it does so, he gets thin enough that he is able to slip underneath the, as he slips underneath the tiles, you watch as the goblin bangs his head. Oh, me head.
Oh, Sir Morton. You're the sharpest hammer in the smithy, ain't you, boy?
I like hammers. Oh, okay.
It took 15 fire
For the
damage.
non-dwarves out there, you do not want a sharp hammer.
Yeah, no, yep, I caught that.
So you
What's
watch,
up, Offbeat?
you watch as the last goblin crawls underneath the tile, but then slowly the tile opens up a bit, and you watch as this saliva and vomit-covered ear of corn is currently grabbed and pulled under the tile, as the last of the Chaos Goblins leave. So there you go. Really,
Purify food and water.
yeah, you cast Purify on all of the stuff as it's happening. Also, really quickly, welcome in to our dear friends Offbeat Outlaw, and I do see some very, very familiar faces as well, including the one and only and incredible Lex. Good to see you guys. For those of you who don't know what we're doing Dragon Kitchen, a D&D 5e Iron Chef-inspired cooking contest between none other than the one and only Chef Callan, played by Sir Pfeffer, and of course, the Dwarven Dad, by the same name. Right now, the special ingredient is hooked horror, and our characters are just about to embark onto their main course. Now, to switch it up, of course, we're gonna send the first steps for this meal to the Dwarven Dad. All right, prepare your meal.
I
good sir.
carry this twin mattress of steak up to the cut board. Just throw it down. And then I was like, oh man, salt and pepper. I just take that brick of salt, I start rubbing it across this freaking mattress.
Nice. As the
And-
purple worm meat hits the salt, it starts to glisten like jewels as the fat begins to soak in that rock salt from your proud dwarven home.
And I'm going to look for anything that looks like a white pepper. I want a little heat to this.
Ooh, very nice. All right. Perception check as you are looking for some white pepper in and amongst the large stalls.
19.
With a 19, you do find white pepper, but most importantly, you also find a tiny construct. This tiny construct appears to be a pepper mill. This pepper mill has what looks to be, it is called Parmesan white pepper. It is a mixture blend of pepper and cheese that is very sharp and pungent. The trouble is this pepper shaker is animate and alive, and knows that when it's empty, it dies, and looks to you with very imploring eyes.
Please.
You can either live a full and compelling life, or you're going to die either way. You can either have a full, compelling life and season that steak, or you can end it right now and I'm going to season that steak.
Make an intimidation check. As you intimidate the tiny pepper
My
sprite.
awesome charisma. Well, that's an 8 on the die. And -1 to charisma. That's a 7.
With a 7, as you try to intimidate him, you watch as he kind of looks around, and he grabs some peppercorn and just throws it directly into your face. Make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh no!
jeez. That's a 2!
A 2.
So that's 5.
You
Holy
start
feather.
to sneeze, your eyes water. It jumps down from the shelf. Now, this thing is about that big, okay? And it runs over to you, stamps on your foot, and tries to escape you.
I am going to... I don't want to break the pepper mill, so I would like to... Oh, Brian, we're going to do roasted peppercorn for this meal is what we're going to do. And at 5th level, I cast heat metal.
Oh, damn!
Ooh. Oh
All right.
my god!
You watch as you just see these tiny footsteps. You killed it.
I walk up to it, and I just stand over and I'm like, it didn't have to be this way.
That's right. All right.
I just
As
pick
you-
it up, and walk over to my steak.
You rip off its head.
30 seconds more.
All right. As you rip off its head, you give a liberal but a well-measured sprinkling of this Parmesan salt, which is now smoked Parmesan salt, as
Pepper.
this thing smells incredible. You haven't even put it on the grill yet, and you look over at the grill and you realize this grill ain't big enough, but you've got to make this thing work.
I got a plan. I take out my axe, and I want to sever this steak right down the middle so it'll fit. And then I
Alright.
take this steak and run it over, and I slam it on the grill. Now, I'm not about to waste good meat. I come back to the other half, and I start cutting it into strips. I'm like, if they don't eat it, I'm gonna eat it. And as I cut them into strips, they're nice and seasoned. I reach in my bag, and I don't know if this is gonna work, but I pull out some dust of dryness.
Damn. With a single wave of your hand, you transform these strips instantly into
that was smart.
a very, very heavily spiced jerky.
Nice. That is awesome.
And I pick one up, and I just like, I'm gonna eat. I'm cooking.
The flavors dance across your mouth as you place this into your jaw. It has a nice bite to it, nice mouthfeel, a little spicy, but captures all of those rich, strong, like umami flavors of like the purple worm as you're eating that. Well done.
Now I imagine these are super long. It cut them into strips, so these things like.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It's a 7-foot steak.
Yeah, yeah. You could use these as belts.
By the foot.
Yeah. So
looking.
then what I'm gonna do is, I'm eating one as it's just hanging. I'm rolling another 6, like you know the circle. That's on my hand. They just got the entire time.
All right, sorry. I think we've got a bad connection. Someone kick Eugene. And for no reason, that won't help fix the connection. Just kick him.
I'm on it.
All right.
So what I'm doing is I'm taking these strips and I am rolling them like that bubble gum that comes in a container.
Oh, yep. Nope. I get you. I get you. Dwarven gum is what we call it. Beautiful. I love it. All right. Done and done. We now go over to the Red Kitchen. All right, Chef Callahan, having defended your lands and territories from the goblin invaders, you have managed to purify most of the stuff that was spat out by the fatter of the goblins. The scene is yours.
All right, so I have two things I need to kind of do simultaneously. One is make the sauce, and the other is prepare the purple worm heart. And what I'm going to do for this is I am going to get, I'll use telekinesis to use a cauldron, and I will take some of the purple worm blood and the last of the aged dwarven ale, again casting dispel magic on it, on both, and purify, and start simmering that into a sauce. If I can find any cheese or anything like that, I will grate some cheese into that. And then when the sauce feels like it's getting close to being done, I'm actually going to pull out an ever-smoking bottle, open it up, and then pour that liquid, the sauce, into the ever-smoking barrel, the ever-smoking bottle, and just close that up and hand it to Jeffrey, who is going to kind of hug it tight and kind of keep it warm and finish off the cooking process for that.
All right. There's a lot of micromanaging happening, so let's make an intelligence check with your proficiency added to it as you're trying to coordinate between all of these different steps simultaneously.
Okay, where is my proficiency? It's +5. I got a +5 for my intelligence. What do we got? I got another natural 20. I'm sorry. I don't mean...
Damn! Freaking...
That comes out...
Dwarves don't play.
I got handed in the first round with the fighting, and now I'm making up for it, I guess. Comes out to a 30 for the intricacies.
All right. Very, very nice. Let me just go through this real quick.
You need to take a sit. Dwarves about to quit.
Whilst keeping an eye on my compatriot / competition, just making sure, just seeing what he's up to over there and kind of keeping an eye out. I will start in on... Sorry, did you want me to wait?
No, you're good.
Okay. I will start in on the purple worm heart. I am going to go back to the plating, and I will get some oil, if I can. And first I'm going to take the purple worm heart, pulverize it to tenderize it, and then take the cracklin that I've got and make that as the fry batter, and kind of move that around throughout, and then goodness, and then once that's properly battered up with the cracklin, I will fry the purple heart, and I have a final touch, but I suspect I'm gonna run into some problems at some point here. I have a sneaking suspicion.
Well, as you are battering and frying the this large purple worm heart, the important thing here is consistency. How evenly you can actually fry it without necessarily burning it. So, I need a wisdom-based check with your proficiency added to it as you are using your culinary skills to kind of measure the specific timing for the cooking of this.
All right, I'm using a different die.
You hear the sound of the oil crackling as it hits it. That sort of aroma of that fat with the salt and the cheese suddenly rushing into the air. Dwarven Dad, it permeates into your kitchen as well.
I got a 9 plus 4 plus 5 coming out to an 18.
An 18. Perfectly done. This is, you rotate it regularly so that the batter does reach that nice crispy golden brown, and as you hit that point, you've nailed the crispy batter fried purple worm heart.
And for the final flourish on this thing, I'm going to cast at 6th level transport via plants. And I'm going to grow 2 garlic plants. And I'm going to transport the purple worm heart through one garlic plant and out the other garlic plant. I don't know if it would actually make a difference, but it's a cool idea I have when I was making the character. The essence of garlic.
Sure, why the hell not? You take your very large purple worm heart piece and you shove it into the garlic plant. As it does so, it goes and disappears. You wait out the other side.
Uh-oh. Come on, this isn't... Come on, where's my food gone?
All right. Well.
Oh God.
Yeah. You're standing there looking at a garlic plant.
Uh-oh.
I lean over and I say, "Are you making roasted garlic heart?"
Something like that, yeah.
And I look at you and I say, "If Morden will allow it, I want this to succeed. And I would like to use divine intervention so that he can get the result he wants."
All right. Very well. I will allow it. Okay. However, I will allow it at the cost of your hero point.
Done.
All right. So, as the time does pass, eventually, you watch as what looks to be a very tiny fairy with glowing wings. She kind of smells like apricots, you know, very, very kind of beautiful, you know, like sort of like, yeah, she's a very pretty little fairy. And she seems to come out of the garlic plant. And she looks at you. And she looks at the garlic plant. She looks at you and she looks at the garlic plant. And she reaches back into the garlic plant. And pulls and pulls and eventually pulls out your now garlic infused purple worm heart.
Hey! As a thanks, I will cast Unseen Servant and send it to Dwarven Dad to give him the help action on his checks and give him an advantage for his desserts.
Oh, very nice. Well, you watch this. Well, you don't watch this scene. Yeah. Just... Now.
Thank you kindly.
The tiny fairy looks at you and says,
"Stop throwing your shit into the first world." Asshole!
My apologies.
And she flies back into the plant.
I hold it up triumphantly and look at Dwarven Dad and look at Narek. Oh!
My belly rumbles in anticipation. It's just like, I'm like,
Both of
I
you
just
need to
really want
make
to fix it, man.
both of you make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh God. Okay.
Oh hell.
13 plus 8, 21.
It is not just the
12.
It is not just the belly that rumbles. Dwarven Dad, you kind of have to take a knee on this one as the arena starts to shake. Callahan, to the west wing of the arena, you see the proud family of the name Callahan lining up the stadium back to back along the entire western side. There is a huge roar of cheers and applause that come from that side of the room. Just this huge roaring, just cheers and whoa that come from that arena. The rumbling noise came from the hungry bellies, however, on the eastern wing. As Dwarven Dad, you see your family, every single one of them. This is like your family barbecue, kind of. Everyone and second cousins, all of them line up against the wall here, and you see that there's even like a tiny baby with like the big beard and stuff like that.
What did I tell you about coming here? I ain't got no money.
They flew us for free, da!
The other receipt. Tax deduction.
They look and they seem to talk to like a tiny little gremlin. Eugene. He says,
It was free. What do you want the receipt for?
"Look, listen here. My dad said we need a receipt. And you're gonna give me one or there's gonna be trouble, mister. Don't make me use my belt." And he goes, "Okay." And he prints out a blank receipt, rips it off. "Thank you." And sits back down. "I got it, Dad!"
That boy ain't right. All right.
Oh, one day you'll be proud of me. As we then cut to our next Kitchen Chaos event. Chat, can I get everyone to type in exclamation D20? Let's find out what happens as we head into our dessert round. And guys, also remember, if you like the Kitchen Chaoses, don't forget, this is your last chance to donate to the stream for one of the following random events. Keeping in
I also
mind
failed to mention I pour the sauce over the fried purple worm heart.
Yes, yes indeed. All right.
And I come to the realization that after the third kid, maybe ball peen and hammers aren't a good children's toy.
All right. Okay, I'm seeing a lot of the D20s. Let's roll my dice and find out where we're at. Ooh, that's a big number. Let's see what we get. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have steel pelts with a result of 8. That worried me for a second because I was worried we were going to get another 9. All right.
Uh-oh.
8, 8, 8, 8, 8. Oh, no. Okay.
Thing's metal.
So,
I'm in trouble.
number 8 is... That ain't chicken! As you are cooking your meal, you guys are encountered by several cockatrices that immediately have burst forth from your
Oh, no.
ingredients that have been hiding, waiting for their opportunity to escape as they run along the ground. These chicken-headed creatures with snake-like tails as they run through and between your legs and the like. I need both of you to make me Constitution saving throws as you try to avoid their nasty bites.
15.
You're fine.
13, 14, 16.
Both of you are fine. The cockatrice are looking for a way out of the kitchen. They are ramming into stuff. They're bumping into things. Your soup kind of wobbles a little bit because remembering that you put it on a on several of the hooks. So as they bump into the table, it starts to slosh left and right. Dexterity saving. Yeah, dexterity saving throw, Callahan.
Okay, I'm good at these. Uh-oh. Okay. 8 plus 7, 15.
15. You reach out and you grab hold of the bowl. It is searing hot. What do you do with it?
I cast I cast primordial. Wait, where'd it go? Oh gosh, what do I do? I will cast primordial ward and give myself resistance to fire and tank the damage.
All right, very nice. You tank the damage. The damage is only 12 damage.
Okay, 6 damage.
As it burns through your hands, you kind of as you grit your teeth through it and manage to put it back on the lid. Dwarven Dad, in your kitchen, you watch as the cockatrice looks like it's about to run over your steak.
Oh, hell no.
What do you do?
As he's running towards the steak, I'm putting up the wall.
The wall.
So we're going to throw up, wall of fire.
Yeah!
All right, as the wall of fire goes up, it leaps onto your steak, and as it does so, you hear this, and you now have a roasted chicken.
Perfect. Exactly what I wanted.
All right. Cutting into this round, we now go into making dessert. Dwarven Dad, we're on to you, buddy.
Alrighty. So, what I do is I go to this hook whore, and I just start smacking the beak. And what I want to do is I want to like powder it.
Oh, all right. Okay, yeah. You grab hold of it, get a mortar and pestle, and just start grinding the absolute snot out of the beak. Not actual snot, but yeah. The beak is now turned into a fine powder.
Awesome. As I have that powder, I'm going to go to some boiling water, and I'm going to pour the powder in there. And then I'm going to look for any kind of fruits, berries, anything sweet looking. Hopefully something citrusy.
I've got you. And I make a good berry.
You are given a handful of good berries.
I take the good berries and I go to the boiling pot and I just smash them in. And now I'm looking for sugar.
Oh, plenty of sugar around. Make a nature check.
We might be making the same thing.
Uh-oh. Oh, that's a 19.
With a 19, you find not only sugar, but you find brown sugar, sugar cane, and more specifically, you find what appears to be a, they're called leshies. Tiny little fruit people.
Oh.
This tiny little fruit person, waves over and points at it.
And I very casually, okay. And as I think it's my face, like, don't you screw me. And I'm gonna walk over to the pot. Like, are you sure?
What's this?
He points at the table.
Oh, the table. Oh, okay.
It sort of.
The whole bubble stopped.
It was like we put it over the pot before. It just sort of whoo, pulls out a paper bag, just okay, and then it turns around. It tells you to. It sort of like gestures for you to turn around.
Okay. And I very casually pull the hammer out in case something happens while my back is turned.
All right. It goes over to the table, and as it does, you watch as it. You know those little, like, when you open, like, you know, the Christmas crackers, they have the little joke on it. It's like a little tiny bit of paper. So it pulls out one like a newspaper and sits down, and you watch as it just sort of hang. And a few moments later, you hear this solid thunking sound. You can't help but turn around as you notice what appears to be a bright, clear but slightly orange twisted sort of crystal of sugar. This is the same thing as like candied lemon or candied orange, made into like kind of like this really kind of pretty spiral pattern, like almost like a soft serve ice cream but a solid chunk of candy. For some reason, the tiny creature's sweating.
All right, buddy. And I'm gonna put my hand out and say, all right, grab it, because I don't know what's up with it, but you handle it, and then just hop in my hand.
You watch he puts gloves on, and then picks it up.
And as I walk over to the pot, I go, all right, throw it in.
And as it throws it in, you hear this sort of splashdown as the immediate aroma of that like sweet citrus just assails your senses. It's maybe like 10, 20 times more potent than if you'd actually used like an orange and sugar.
And I hold it up to my face and say, if this don't come out good, I'm coming for you. I'm talking taffy puller.
It looks down at what you're making, looks back at you, and just nods furiously.
And I set him loose.
All right, he runs away. Takes a bus out of town.
As soon as I'm sure this stuff is well mixed.
Yep.
I then pull out an axe, because it's not a good dwarven meal unless you put your sweat and blood in it. And I'm going to cast Elemental Weapon. And I'm going to put cold on this axe.
Very well.
I use the axe, douse the flames with it.
As you do this, you hear a calling out from the peanut gallery. It's your mother-in-law.
Mm-hmm.
As she turns around and she says,
Yeah, you've got this in the bag! You know nothing except how to put out the fires in both your wife's heart and your cooking!
The really funny part is I put a bun in your daughter's oven. And then I take the axe like a mic and I drop it into the pot to start cooling this thing down.
As it does so, you watch as the as it starts to turn, sort of congeal in a kind of way. Instead of becoming as viscous and liquidy, it starts to sort of almost candify the mixture that you've been putting together.
Ooh, I love me some good berry jelly.
Now, as this
Jell-O.
happens, Jell-O. We now head over to Chef Callahan's kitchen.
Okay. So first things first, I'm going to make a bunch more of good berries. I'm going to use Druidcraft to grow multiple wild strawberries and wild sugar. And I am going to take, I'm going to head over to the Hooked Horror and remove the marrow from it. And I'm going to take these ingredients and I am going to make kind of the idea I've got is that candy glass, that kind of rock candy vibe. I'm trying to make that, and then make the exact same thing, but make like a not whipped cream, but like something a little more firmer, and spread that on top. And the whole time I'm going to activate my aura of life, just to have this nurturing effect upon it.
I love that. All right. We're going to get you to make me a charisma-based proficiency check as you're trying to really bump up the flair of this. As you begin to spread that thin layer of like that crystal glass sugar on top of it, and create that sort of almost light pattern that goes through this as well.
That's got to be a 9, Chief.
Ooh, with a 9, it looks okay. It's possible, but you probably don't get quite the effect you're chasing.
Okay. Well, all that to say, I've got like a thin, candied crusting of glass, and then that kind of like. Do you have Cool Whip in Australia?
Nope.
It's like whipped cream, but firmer, like thicker, I guess. And I'm gonna try to scrape that on top of, but I need some dairy. Can I find some dairy?
Make a survival check as you look around the kitchen to see what dairy you can find.
Okay. Survival. That's a 7 plus. Oh, plus 9. Okay. That comes down to a 16.
All right, with a 16, you do find some dairy. Most specifically, you actually find Gorgon milk.
Oh!
Gorgon milk is far more readily accessible than the bovine milk in the Dwarven kingdoms, and is often used as a substitute milk for the ankegs that are sometimes raised by the dwarves in lieu of cattle and stuff.
Interesting. Okay. I take the Dwarven the Gorgon milk. That is wild. I love that. And kind of try to make a cream, like a nice cream. And to do this, I'm gonna cast Primordial Ward so that it takes half damage from fire, but then create bonfire under it to try to find this weird balance as I simmer it down and whip it.
All right. As you begin to do so, it starts to take on this very creamy texture, and as you begin to maneuver yourself around again, trying to bring the whole dish into one place. Now, right now, your dish doesn't have, how much sugar did you use?
I'm not sure what is I attempt to make an applicable amount,
Okay.
and I'm using
Druidcraft
to grow it.
Sure. So you're using sugar cane then instead of
Okay. Yes.
Sugar. All right. Very well. As you begin to cast your druidic spells, a series of these tall, almost bamboo-like shoots rise up from the ground, and you snap them off and begin to grind them. As you do so, it sort of pours out this sugar cane into this, which is a more subtle sweetness. It's a far less processed taste, and it goes very, very well, especially with the cream in your dish.
But we got strawberries, we got good berries in there, and the marrow of the hooked horror.
All right. We now look at the final moments. As you begin to plate each and every one of your dishes, we will have one final Dragon Kitchen Chaos event before we go to the judging round. So, audience members, exclamation D20, let's find out what is our next random event. Also, to answer some of the questions that have come up in chat, first of all, welcome in. My name is Michael. I'm the Dead Aussie Gamer. This is Chef Callahan and the Dwarven Dad, who are currently vying to become Dragon Chef by cooking up a 3-course meal using hooked horror as the ingredient of choice. We do Dragon Kitchen usually once a month, pending, of course, conventions and other things like that. If you would like to know more, then I will find a way to tell people. I'm not very good at my job. All right. So anyway, let's drop. Yeah, your social media. You know, Facebook, Discord, all the stuff. And of course, for those of you who've raided in with Caustic Phoenix, Caustic was in our Christmas episode as well. So if you want to check that out, she and One Shot Questers went toe to toe for. No, it wasn't One Shot Questers. It was. No, it was. Yes, it was. It was. Yeah. Okay. Ooh, okay. So, another big number here. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Nope, I've read that wrong. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Silver Christmas with a 16 on the dice. All right, so 16.
Okay.
Ooh. All right, here's a good one. Food fight. Each of you must choose one ingredient from your dish, throw it at your opponent, and they must use that ingredient.
Interesting.
So you can pick any ingredient in your kitchen, throw it at your opponent, and they must use it in their dish.
I'm not sure if I should give this to you.
I'm not gonna be nice about it, so don't feel like you got to be nice about it.
Okay.
I will throw the. I am going to throw the brined stomach acid of the purple worm.
Ooh, all right. So the purple worm stomach acid has a very sour note. It is acidic, which needs a pH balanced base in order to calm that acidity and turn it into something a little bit more sour, but not, again, not that kind of gross sour.
I will say you do have the unseen servant helping you with all of your checks.
Oh, okay.
All right. Dwarven Dad, what do you throw across?
I'm not sure if we remember. I look at my pile of purple worm, and what I originally was going to use as a decoration, I yank the purple worm's spine that I took with me.
The poison sting.
The poison sting,
no.
I very casually say, "There you go." I just
Chef Callan, you are given what is effectively a 1.5 meter long stinger with a giant bulbous poison sac attached to it. All right.
Whoa.
Okay. Oh.
How do you guys apply it to your current meals? Doesn't matter which
Where
meal
did
it
you even
applies
find
to,
this?
but you have to include it.
Okay.
Oh, that's right. You weren't exactly there when I was yanking that out.
This is terrifying.
Ooh, okay.
Okay.
What the hell am I gonna do with stomach acid? It ain't broke, no fix. So I'm gonna drag the stomach acid. Is this like an actual
It'll be in a vial.
a vial? Okay. Oh, this pH is gonna be all messed up. I'm gonna look around for the equivalent of baking soda anywhere.
Sure. Not hard to find baking soda at all. You do find several boxes of it.
So I grab a thing of baking soda, and I'm like, "Sugar Man, where are you?"
You see the tiny little orange sugar man kind of look at you and blink.
Okay, come here, and I'm just gonna pick him up, and put him on my shoulder.
He grabs onto your beard for support.
I'm gonna look around, and I'm like, "Oh, I hate to do this." only gonna use half the bottle. Be all right. And I grab the Goldschlager.
All right. Ooh. You look
And
at
I walk over to the. Walk over to the Hook Claw Boil. And I'm like, son of a. And I pour in the stomach acid. Pop the top of the Goldschlager. And I'm like, cures outside boo-boos and inside. And I just pour it in. Like a Ramoon bottle, I wait till the coin stops the flow.
It does. That's exactly what it's there for. As you begin the pour,
Cool.
you watch as it goes from being crystal clear. As soon as it hits the air and oxidizes, it turns to gold. As a thin stream of like it's not even see-through. It looks like you're pouring molten gold into this mix. And as soon as it hits that water, you watch as like just this almost like pearlescent glow starts to fill your dish. Make a dexterity check with your proficiency added at advantage because you're getting some help.
Oh, at advantage? All right. 12, 13, 14. 14.
14, perfect. You have just the right amount of pour to balance the pH of the acid down, meaning that you now have that kind of like acidity added into it, plus that incredible sweetness, creaminess, and the alcoholic tinge of that Goldschlager. Your nose is assailed with the sense of almost like cinnamon and nutmeg that are normally quite present and heady in the nose for Goldschlager. All of that intertwine beautifully in your pot.
Okay, so I lean down with the sugar man. I'm like, I need a second nose on this. And I lean down, I start smelling. I'm like, what do you think?
Me?
You watch as the tiny little sugar man sort of nods and whistles. You watch as two other sugar men come out. One appears to be pink and has kind of a smell like strawberry, and the other appears to be green and seems to have the smell of like kiwi fruit. And you watch.
And I kind of look at him like, don't mess up my boil.
And you watch as they both like sort of move up and they do more or less the same thing. You watch as they kind of sit down with a little bit of paper and thunk. You now have two tiny little candy crystals. One's got a green spiral in it. One's got a pink spiral in it.
Ooh.
You watch as the
And
tiny.
I kind of take like, you know the drill, and I ain't touching that. Do I send him down?
He puts on gloves and picks up the two, and he doesn't use all of it. He basically rubs them together, and then causes the sugar to fall down in, and immediately that acidity is now matched with like just this scent of like this very, very fruity scent as well. So now it isn't stinging the nostrils at all.
If you've ever done a good crab boil, you know you got to get that OJ in there. That good citrus.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
I pick up a little sugar man. I walk him back to the table. I'm like, I want to say thank you. And you have no idea how close I came to dunking you in there. Straight from the source, my boy. I just let him go.
You watch as you let him go, he gestures over to his friends, and you realize they jump off the stage and they start to run up this flight of stairs and try to run out of the arena. Somebody freaking stop them, okay? They still work here. Get them! Eugene! Eugene, did you lock the... Eugene, you forgot to lock the doors. You make me so angry.
I love Eugene!
All right. Callahan. Sorry. Done. Callahan, you now have to deal with the stinger. What do you do?
Okay, so
I do want to walk.
first.
Oh, sorry.
If you're unseen servant, I am going to send him to you with what's left of the Goldschlager.
I will tip my non-existent hat to you, and I will. Okay, well, first, I will take a swig of that. That's for me. And I toast it to you. I will use control. All right, I've got a couple things. I will use control water to create a ice shot glass and pour that in there and use that to accompany the dish on the side. For the stinger, I will cast flesh to stone and turn it completely into stone if I can. And then I will use enlarge reduce to reduce it. The two of the hooked horror's pincers to take the okay, so first I take the stinger and I would like to make a sleight of hand if I can to chisel that down into like a spoon kind of a thing going on.
Sure, happy for that.
And have that to be okay. I've got a plus 13 to my sleight of hand. That's a 12 plus 13, 25.
You
very nice.
Yeah, you carve it. It's almost like a scrimshaw, like the Viking kind of like whalebone kind of. Very, very well cut and very well made.
And I will put that into the soup to be a spoon. And then I will take the two hooked horrors hooks and I will reduce those down as well, turning those to stone. And I will make kind of meat sticks, for to chop up the purple heart into small biteable chunks and kind of ornately place those along and then drip the sauce across. And I think I will put a few good berries on the side for garnish and put a good berry inside the liquor ice shot and call it done.
Beautifully done. All right. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to go to our judging round. But before we do, let us now return.
Good making a cocktail.
Oh, you'll definitely have an opportunity to make the cocktails. But before then, of course, we have a last moment for our heroes to tell us how they think they went in the cooking challenge, while I take some time to tally up your scores. Let's start with Dwarven Dad. Dwarven Dad, how do you feel like you went in round 2?
It's not the usual stuff I use for a crab boil. I think it went all right. Part of me still truly believes in my heart of hearts that I should have held that little sugar man under that water till the bubbles stopped. Because it would have just. But my kids are here. I ain't gonna do that wrong. As for that steak, I mean, it's steak. Salt, pepper, heat. As long as you don't burn it. The jerky, that's for me. If they want to try it, they can try that. I'm not a big fan of desserts. I don't think the kids would have liked chocolate blood. But, so I went with something their mother usually makes. I don't know. They said if you put bones, it's kind of like meat, and it gets gelatinous. Last gelatinous I dealt with tried to kill me. So hopefully they don't choke.
All right, Chef Callahan.
Dwarven Dad. Kinetic. You dealt with a whole lot of strange sentient creatures over there, and you came out on top. It was quite impressive. I myself feel like I did a great job of subverting the metal and finding strange ways to infuse what I've got to work with here with various beautiful accoutrements. And I'm quite proud of the stew and how the flesh came out as the purple worm heart and how I have the crackling on top of it and fried it up in ice and used the ever-smoking bottle for my sauce. I'm not feeling too strong about my dessert. I am concerned about that one, I'll admit it. But I feel like I nailed the first 2. And 2 out of 3, it's a good time.
All right. So, with all things said and done, we now go to our judging panel. Now, to our audience members, you are also going to be part of the judging process. Hearing each and every one of these dishes as they are presented by each of the chefs, you will ultimately decide which of these menus are your favorite, and that will be tallied into your points at the end of the round. So, judges, if you're ready, let us begin. Starting with none other than our dear friend, the Dwarven Dad.
Oh, sweet one. Ah, on TV.
All right, take it away. Start with your starter and what it looks like, smells like, tastes like. You go.
All right, so as I ring this pot across the ground, it has this very seafoody, almost a fruity scent. If you've ever had Old Bay, it's got like a spice to it, like almost like hot orange juice. And as for the plating, I just kind of lay it across the table. I put a bunch of tarps, and I just get a ladle, pop some holes through the ladle, and just start scooping all the fixings out in front of you guys. This is family, and you ain't need no manners with family. And so the meat, the corn, the potatoes, all that good stuff just goes crawling or careening down the table, and then I take my hammer and I finish cracking these huge claws, and I just rip them in half. I was like, get them in there. It's good eating.
The amazing smell of the seafoodish and beautiful sweet aromas of all of the different flavors that have been saturated into it overwhelm you. More importantly, because the bone had been kept together, as soon as it cracks open, it is an explosion to your senses. It is incredibly well cooked, tender, juicy, succulent. It is hard not to feel the umami and salt-filled flavors dripping across your various lips and beards as you indulge and enjoy the Dwarven Dad's starter meal. What do you call this?
Impromptu crab boil.
All right. Very, very nice. All right, next up, your main course.
All right. Well, here you go. And I start with the rolled up jerky, and I start handing that out. I said, here, gum on this while I get the good stuff. And I bring out this giant steak, and I just whip out the axe. I start slicing it, one piece each. And each piece itself, it's like half the size of a boogie board for each of these people. I'm like, here you go, baby. That's one for you. That's one for you. You want your turn. One for you. And I just plate it out. I go out and I say, now all that corn, potatoes, it fits just right with this. You eat what you like. If you don't like it, you send it back to Dad. I'll finish it off.
Beautiful. Anything to wash this down with?
Oh, yeah, hang on, boys. I go out, and I say, for the fam, everybody, ladies, gentlemen, everything, what I got here, it's in my armor. And I just start pulling out bottles. And I say, pick your poison.
As you start to hand out a number of these different ales and the like, there is just a huge sound of satisfaction coming from a huge crowd. You can see that one of the individuals raises their hand and asks for seconds, and there is plenty due to the absolute volume of the cuts. Plenty for everyone. Your family also looks incredibly well fed, although you can see that frickin' Grandmama tends to be is just sort of sour and just chewing on the jerky, pretending to be like uninterested in the mouth-watering smell of that finely cooked purple worm.
Agatha, I will put you back in the hole, so help me, Morton.
Which then brings us to dessert.
All right. And I take this pot and I just flip it over. And there's just this giant, it's like a giant jello mold with a hand axe in the dead center, just jiggling. And I'm like, Eugene, I need some bubbles.
Okay.
You watch as he runs out, and he has literally just an army of wooden bowls. These ones are built. These ones are actually made from like roots and the like from underground. So they're kind of like hollowed out roots made into like these very, very ornate dwarven looking bowls.
Just take a quick smell. And I just scoop big globs of this jello. And it ain't pretty. I admit it. I've never cut jello. And I just spoon these big old portions. And I got my one good berry. That's my last portion. I put the good berry on it and I said, "Pop over it." And I just slide it down the table.
All right. As you slide it down the table, it is caught. And the jelly itself is sweet and delicious. That sour tang that hits you is then immediately exploded with a series of not only like fruity tastes, the kiwi, the strawberry, but also that gold slager that comes in. Immediately, as you've placed it onto your lips, it's cool and refreshing. But as soon as it hits your belly and that jelly dissolves, all of a sudden there's this very refreshing heat that just catches your breath as you breathe out.
All right. Don't warm the belly. It ain't the jelly.
You are fairly confident. Now, very quietly to yourself, because you haven't yet had this, you see your family and a lot of the people here eating your food. But you still do have Sweet Moradin, the ale that you had found in your pocket.
I take what's left of Sweet Moradin. And I'm going to grab one of the bowls. Put a good amount in the bowl. Knock it back. And I say, let's add a little more sauce. And I'll very carefully drizzle just a little bit more on their desserts.
As you do so, there is a roaring cheer. As you feel yourself filled in more than one way as you enjoy your dessert. All right. But of course, this is a contest. And were there only one person to question, then, well, we would definitely be giving it to that very home-cooked and hearty meal by Dwarven Dad. But of course, a good battle has to swing both ways. And so, I invite none other than Chef Callahan to now present his dishes.
Right, let's be on with it, shall we? Okay, my good friends.
And I will take the plated worm armor with the soup in it. I present to you, and I start with the stinger carved and turned into stone into a spoon. I present it to everybody, and I start looking about. So, what we have here is a cloven leaf mixed with the beautiful aged dwarven ale, stewed to perfection with slices of the brined hooked horror flesh within the purple worm. What we've got here is simmered to perfection. Please taste this, and kind of in an old dwarven manner, I will have them each drink from the bowl individually and use the spoon to try different bits of the meat and stuff like that, whilst casting Purify, so that we don't cross-contaminate germs, because reasons, obviously. And I present it to the judges with a flourish.
As you are presenting it, it is a spectacle, to say the least. As each of them place it into their mouth, the flavors begin to wash over and basically stick to the palate. The more they eat, the more they chew, the more bold and pronounced that flavor gets, until you could see just this kind of like sensation wafting over everyone, that even though they're miles away from it, that sense of like the ocean, the sea, the sky, the wind, and the storm collide in their mouths in this myriad of delicious flavors.
Now it's quite spicy, and I will create crisp, clean, cold mountain water to wash it down with.
Exactly what the doctor ordered. Like glacial water poured onto the burning, raging fires, it begins to soothe and comfort everyone who participates.
Next, we have the heart of the purple worm. The vicious, brutal monster that can be found within our minds. Conquered, passed around to show that we dwarves bask in the victory. I have taken it and I have fried it with the crackling of the hooked horror corpse. We have passed it through the essence of garlic, and we have taken the sauce of the blood of the purple worm. What else did I use for the sauce? Let's see. And the aged dwarven ale, and we have taken it and infused it within the ever-smoking bottle. Not for the faint of heart. And I pass that around as well, skewered on the various hooks of the petrified hooked horror. Almost not quite shish kebab style, because it's still kind of plated and the sauce is on top of it, but I'll pass that around as well on stone plates. And this I will accompany with this beautiful liqueur that Dwarven Dad so generously handed to me to use for my presentation within its ice glass.
All right.
I'm gonna need that coin back.
As you get to the bottom of it, you smash the bottle and pass the coin back. But drinking through this again, the heat from the garlic and the cinnamon now burning on the edges of the tongue. You can now, as they bite into that crispy, golden, crunchy, salty center, just all those immense flavors. Heart is a very fibrous meat, and you have to pull and strip away at it. What you see before you is not a group of dwarves eating heartily at a meal, but a group of warriors, proud Vikings tearing at flesh, ripping it, shredding it. As they drink and they cheer, you hear them yell out "Scold!" in response, as they are just tucking in to this rather primal meal that you have prepared.
Only lightly tenderized with a pulvering.
All right. With the heat still lingering in their breath, we now go to your dessert.
Now, my friends, we have...
and I'm kind of like as if I was speaking to a child with eyes full of wonder.
Magical candied glass with a beautiful spreading of whipped good berry marrow from the hooked horror and strawberry found and grown only from the wilds of land that I was able to make with my own magic. The glass itself is a candied glaze made of the similar elements. Sugared. Sweet and beautiful. Don't cut yourself now, but it'll have quite the sweet crunch to it. Enjoy, my friends. And I follow that up with more water.
All right. You hear the sounds of crunching and crackling as they bite into and enjoy the sweet treats that you have provided. Every now and then racing to that glass of water that you have and chugging that down.
It's like victory.
It is a whole experience getting to enjoy this meal before you. And the looks on everyone's faces are that of contentment, that of pleasure. You see that some of the younger kids seem to be playing a game where they're trying to put as many or as much of this into their mouths as possible.
For hearth and family.
All right. Now, I'm
loving reading along with chat. This is amazing. This is so fun.
As we tally up our scores, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are now adding in the poll for our challenge. Be sure to cast your votes for your favorites as we do so. But before a winner is declared, let us now turn back to our lovely competitors to find out how they feel they've done in the final challenge.
I would like to go over and clap my arm around Narek, the cleric, the dwarven dad, and be like, "You did so fantastically. You was brilliant, all of it."
I just put my arm back around and say, we're family's fam. And just like a mountain, our roots run deep.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I saved up a bottle still. Yeah, I went ahead of another bottle.
Oh, skull!
All right. Were there any moments that our competitors found particularly challenging?
I was terrified of those goblins making off with me foodstuffs. That's my flesh. We earned it.
The second I realized I was not invoking Morden when I struck with the belt.
Yes, and when that thing came up and was immune to fire, I was terrified. Everything I have is fire.
Oh no, same.
Looks like you
My
had a good
first
time
thought
with
was
it, though.
I'll explode it from the inside with both of us, but with no fire damage, it wasn't gonna do nothing.
All right. And last question, if there was anything you could do differently, what would it have been?
Probably bring a second element besides fire.
I wish I had not thought to flee when I saw the purple worm. I wish I would have dove on headfirst with my kin.
You did pretty solid. You took his heart out.
Magic. That's true. We made it regret all of it.
All right. Well, I think the votes are in. The tallies are up. We have a little less than half time to go, so we are going to very quickly give another quick shout out to the people that brought us today's episode of Dragon Kitchen. None other than, of course, the incredible and amazing people over at Hero Forge, whose wonderful artworks make this show look as cool as it does. We'd also like to give a special shout out to Fantasy Grounds, which is the VTT of choice, and of course our two lovely competitors, Dwarven Dad and Sir Pfeffers. Amazing series of performers, but of course, as all good things must, we need to secure our results. So I'm going to end our poll. And with that, we have our victor. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, with a victory score of 16 points to 14 points, I present to you today's Dragon Chef. The Dwarven Dad himself.
Hail the victor!
Dwarven Dad,
Yo, family, this is our win. No dwarf left behind.
Very well. No dwarf left behind it shall be. I feel as though we can accommodate for this. After all, what is Dragon Kitchen if not a place to celebrate? Look at these fine, amazing chefs and warriors. Gentlemen, this was a truly, truly epic battle. One that will definitely go down in history and be as meaningful and as deep as the core of the very earth in which we find all the sources of life come from. Dwarven Dad, last words that you would like to pass on to your adoring fans out in the public world.
Well, thank you all so much for coming and supporting dear old Dad. I truly appreciate it.
Oh, thanks, Dad! And Chef Callahan, a final word from you.
It was an honor to be invited. And as long as a dwarf wins, I'm happy.
Wondrous news. And of course, there will always be another time, there will always be another chance for the title of Dragon Chef. While a coveted one is not one that remains forever. So, there will certainly be another opportunity for these dwarves to come back and go head to head to see if they are still up to the snuff that we got to see today. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, please go and give all of your love and all of your support to these fine competitors. And till we meet again, as always, from the kitchen to you, game hard or die trying. Good night.
Huzzah!
Sleep tight.
No, that's my fault. Yep. Genius. Anyway.
Eugene.
God damn it. Anyway, as I was saying, we're hanging out for a little while longer. We are just chilling out in chat, answering some questions from you guys in chat.
Oh, let's go.
Because that's just, we like to give back. We like to hang out with folks. So we're going to hang out for a little while longer. Big shout out to all the raiders that came through. Caustic Phoenix, Wolverconi, and Offbeat Outlaws. Thank you so much for coming and bringing your audiences here. Welcome to all the new followers to the Dead Aussie Gamer channel and the family. We greatly appreciate having you guys here. And of course, big shout out and thank you to our two amazing special guests. Guys, Sir Pfeffers and Dwarven Dad, you guys are freaking rock stars. I had so much fun today.
Thank you so much for having us. This was awesome.
Yeah,
I
this
had
was awesome.
so much
Super
fun.
fun.
Oh man, I was not
Oh.
ready.
Guys, I'm so glad you had fun. I'm a big advocate of just playing and having fun and enjoying yourselves. You know what I mean? Like it's such a hard thing to find nowadays. You know, most of the time it's all like, you know, follower account this and big shows that and high production value this. Honestly, this show is about putting people who, you know, don't often get to share the screen together, give them a bit of one-on-one time to play some kooky, fun, wacky, good old D&D adventures. And you guys really embody that whole spirit. So thank you guys for, you know, like, getting to be a part of all this.
It was so fun. Oh my
No,
goodness,
thank
I
you
was
for
not
bringing us in.
ready. I was specifically shook when they ballooned one of the goblins. I was like, they can do that.
Oh, yeah, no.
That was
no.
amazing.
Oh, no, goblins in my world are basically fucking Looney Tunes. Like,
That might have been my highlight.
Yeah. Well, I mean, let's talk about that. Let's while we wait. So chat, if you guys have any questions for either Fefs, myself, or Dwarven Dad, leave them in chat. We will get to them. But while we're doing that, let's do what I like to do every now and then, which is called Stars and Wishes. Stars and Wishes is kind of like where we go, hey, this is something I wish we could have done in the show, versus, hey, this was something I really want to highlight as like an awesome moment, you know. So yeah, let's Stars and Wishes. So I'll go first just to kind of show you how it works. I wish the Hooked Horrors didn't get punked so goddamn quickly. It was funny. I'm really glad I went and on the side of Wishes, on the side of Stars, I'm really glad that I kind of turned them into glorified turkey chickens, because like you guys smoked them, and I was like, oh, cool, all right, well, this is kind of what I expected. I thought you guys were going to kill a few of them, and you guys did, but I was not prepared for Daddy's belt. That was not expected, and I was like, oh, they're one-hit killing these. Sweet. I mean, admittedly, there are like CR.
That is my go-to in the campaign, too.
Yeah?
You just take the belt and Divine Smite and just...
Absolutely love that. Pfeffers, what's your star and wish?
I don't know if I have a wish, if I'm being honest. I went in with no expectations and thoroughly enjoyed myself. I think as far as stars go, I went into this with like, okay, this whole transport through plants, I've got to come up with some weird thing for that. And I was thinking, I was like, garlic. Let's have it move through like one garlic plant to another, and I hope it worked out, and it did, and it was so fun. Thank you, Dwarven Dad, for your help with that. I panicked a little bit. I was like, wait, the whole dish is just gone. Oh no.
Yeah, when that happened, I'm like, no, I gotta see this happen all the way through.
Yeah, I loved how we're supposed to be competing against each other, but then we were just helping each other out the whole time.
Oh yeah, you were. It wasn't until the last chaos event that you actually tried to sabotage each other a little bit.
Yeah, once I was instructed to sabotage, I was like, okay, I'm gonna try to do what I can here to get a lead on.
No, awesome. I love that. Dwarven Dad.
So it's called Star and what again?
Stars and Wishes. Stars and Wishes.
I think my star is like, once you said that spike was coming out, the poison spike, I was like, what am I going to do with this? Because you said, oh, you got one round to get your ingredients. And I'm like, there was like nothing around me but this poison spike. I'm like, what the hell am I going to do with this thing? I was like, forget it. It's a toothpick. You know, like, I'll put a giant olive on it or something. So I just started, that's why I wrenched it out. And my entire mind was like, okay, it's poisonous. And there's meat at the end. I'm like, oh, I'll do it like fugu, like a poison puffer fish.
There you
go.
That would.
But like the dishes I thought I would make end up being completely different from the dishes I actually made.
Well, I thought they all came out. I thought everyone's dishes came out super nice. I also have big respect on how you handled the steak. You are definitely a steak man yourself, and I can tell that. You can sense the people that are like, oh, we know how to cook a steak. It's like we don't do shit to it unless we have to.
Pretty much.
Now I got a question for you. Do you fuck around with cowboy butter?
Oh, you mean what, the The beef
What
fat
is
or the
cowboy
tallow or
butter?
what?
Cowboy butter. Oh, it's like when you get butter, you like render some of the marrow from like stuff, and you like add herbs and stuff. You boil it, you garlic it, and then you refreeze it and stuff like that, and you use that to actually like
Right.
baste your steaks.
All right, so a little known fact: you can order wagyu beef fat,
Hmm.
which is way cheaper than the actual wagyu beef, and they will just
That's
send
cool.
you a bucket of it. And if you just use that like butter, it's like you paid. Same, may not be as soft, but it has the flavor.
That's the
Goddamn.
pro strats.
Yeah, that's freaking that's life hacks right there.
Look at
Awesome,
this.
awesome.
Look at
What
You're
about
messing
wishes?
around? Right.
Actually, I'm not gonna lie. I feel like Ivan Ego from like the Ratatouille. It's like Marco, you love food so much. Why are you so skinny? Because I love food, and if I don't love it, I don't swallow.
Probably my
I'm
only
so
wish is
hungry.
probably that I had. I wish I probably diversified my items a little bit better to make like a little more RP for the cooking.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is
I
a
feel
very
like I had to lean pretty heavy on for some of it.
Yeah, but
yeah,
you
no-
knew what you were doing. I don't know how to cook, so all I had was like, let's throw magic at it.
I mean, that's kind of the point. I mean, the show is welcoming
Cooking
to
is
like,
magic.
yeah, the show is welcoming to everyone for stuff. I don't want to really like have people who are professional chefs and people who are like, like really want to play the D&D stuff. I don't want to necessarily have to like sort of choose between them. The great thing is that you could tell that you guys were really into these characters. You knew what they were about. And there was some point or another where I almost felt like I had to say, hey guys, remember, we're not just playing D&D and beating the shit out of my poor like fucking fridge, okay? I gave you the fridge to give you some beers to like do other things with. You could have walked away from that whole thing, but
I
love
could
the
have, but I
fact-
was gonna belch and explode it out. But
Oh, I love that. And then I was like, oh, I have to reward this somehow. So the Gold Slugger was like, so personal thing. Gold Slugger is one of my favorites, and like it's my version. I mean, it's not top shelf, but it is my top shelf. You know what I mean? Like it is something that I have for me that I enjoy. Not
Bring some of
because-
it to Gen Con. I'll pay you for it. I'll try it. Never heard of it.
I can't take alcohol everywhere because I'm coming from
Oh, that's fair.
Australia.
That's true.
we'll pick some up there.
Yeah, we'll pick up some while we're there. But
There we
you know
go.
what? It's basically it's like donut flavored alcohol, which I've got a massive sweet tooth, and that's the whole thing. But yeah, yeah, no, okay. So let's read out some questions here real quick. So we got some compliments as well here. This one is from Jose Amore No Writer. Who said, really wanted to thank Dwarven Dad. His shorts really cheer me up a ton. And that's awesome. It's always great to, hear comments and people supporting, like, community members like Dwarven Dad. Anything to say back?
Hey guys, I do appreciate that. Like, you have no idea how much like an identity crisis I have with this kind of thing, because like people are like, oh, go do this, and I'm like, why? I like people don't know me, or I don't. It's weird. Like I don't think as big as people think I am, but I truly appreciate the love. Like the first time I got fan art, I didn't know how to react to it. Just 2 days ago, I had the weirdest encounter where a like 13-year-old boy looked at me and said, "Hey, Dad," and kept walking, and his mom and dad looked at me like, what the? And I'm like, and keep in mind, I'm wearing my Dwarven t-shirt, and I'm just like, explain to your parents. Don't just say hi, Dad, and walk away. Because like the look he actually gave his wife was like,
Amazing. That is gold right there. I love that.
That's so funny.
I get what you mean, especially when I have to tell people that I'm a professional dungeon master, and that is what kids tell their parents. It's like, oh, what'd you do today? Oh, I hung out with the dungeon master. Excuse me? Yeah, and then I have to, explain a lot of stuff to people who don't even understand. I mean, the thing is D&D is not even that old. It's just people don't like nerds. Sad face. We like nerds,
It's
though.
getting better.
Yeah, we like
It's
nerds,
on the
though.
horizon.
King Fudge Twitch says, absolutely not surprised you both helped each other. Me neither, King Fudge. Me neither. Brune Brasax, question for Callahan. Do you think your dish could have been any better? And do you think Torag would have gotten any more plaits in his beard?
I am just glad to have been able to hold my weight. I very much came in. I'm sure they could have been better in some way, shape, or form. But I feel like I did well. And I was just able to keep up. You know what I mean? I was able to keep up to speed with my competition. I feel like we stayed pretty nose to nose all the long way.
You guys did.
I'm pretty satisfied.
You guys did. Do you want to know the one factor that kind of pulled it back on you?
Yeah.
For yours?
Yeah, absolutely.
You used Purify Food and Drink on your alcohol.
That's fair. That's funny.
Rookie mistake. I didn't bring it up because we were a little bit over time.
That makes good sense.
Yeah.
And
alcohol is a poison.
Yep.
To be fair, if we had gotten real cutthroat in the competition, I had dust of coughing and sneezing that I was going to throw at your food.
Oh!
I had some stuff for you too.
And the dryness dust, whatever you made was going to be the saltiest thing you ever made in your life.
I was going to use.
Last but not least, because you're a dwarf, and I figured you serving some kind of alcohol. I have they're like pills or something that purify whatever liquid you put in it and turn them into water.
Oh, that's funny. That's funny. But I did it to myself.
And I was just going to start getting them into the cups.
Oh yeah. No, we've had some.
I was going to. Sorry.
No, go.
I was gonna hurl my smoking bottle at you and keep the cork, just to smoke you out completely and make you lose visual and get all smoke into your stuff. And then I was also gonna do Wither and Bloom on your food, which just rots it.
That is amazing. We've had some really out there like things as well. We've had someone pay the mephit in the stove to just set fire to someone else's kitchen. We've had someone cast fog cloud in their kitchen, and then because they'd cast fog cloud in the kitchen, they cast I think it's like the unseen assassin kind of thing, and so now there was this invisible assassin moving through the friggin' fog. There's been a lot of stuff. And it's great because it's a little different to like your standard game of D&D. It's not quite your it's not quite your standard adventure, but I think that's what makes it so much fun. Is it's all in good spirit, it's all in good nature, and everyone kind of takes it that way. No one kind of like gets super we get competitive.
Yeah, well, that's why once we started being friendly, I was like, okay, let's see how long we can keep this truce going. I'm not gonna lie, divine intervention was meant for your last step when you were carrying the dessert, and I was just. You're gonna trip and just drop it. No dessert. Just like.
Oh no! Yeah, that's. And all it would have been is it would have changed the name of the spell. It wouldn't have been divine intervention. It would have been Moradin's foot. That would have been fun. Thing. Awesome. All right. Well, guys, I think that's the end of our time. But thank you so much, guys. Before we go, tell the folks at home, where can we find you? What are you working on right now? And most importantly, what are you doing at Gen Con? Starting with Sir Fefs.
Oh, do how it be how it is. I'm Sir Feppers, the primary dungeon master for the long shot table. When I'm on season, I am juggling 3 different weekly streamed campaigns over on the Sir Feppers Twitch channel. And I'm currently making all sorts of content. You can find me on all the other socials, but my primary thing is the long form. We've got an epic campaign, we've got a western campaign, and then we've got a level 20 like astral treasure planet campaign that's absolutely off its nut. It is bonkers. Basically the players are like tiny gods running around. Right now, though, we are in between seasons, so we've got 2 campaigns going by other DMs one being Critfell Jake, the other being Ben Brainerd, the States guy, if you know who that is, the Florida man. And we're having all sorts of crazy stuff going on over there with Mr. Kurt Wise, Offbeat Outlaw, Taylor and Tracy, that dork, just amazing roster of players, and just absolute characters. I'm going to Gen Con. If you see me at Gen Con, feel free to come up and say hi. I am a very approachable bean. I'm gonna be at the Crit Awards. I'm gonna be at a couple of other venues. I know there's some karaoke happening at some point. So you might hear me singing out at one point. I'm going to Heinefall, which is a 5-day LARP event in Texas in November. It is super amazing. There's like 400 plus people. Huge event going on. I think that's it for me as to what's going on with me right now. But do step in and come enjoy the campaigns. We have all sorts of stuff, and it's also very horror element. This was very lighthearted. My stuff is very dark and brooding and gory and stuff like that. So if you're into like a more intense story, then I'm your guy.
Yeah, I don't do horror and gore and stuff like that. That'd be weird.
You have an undead. You have a zombie campaign going on.
Look, I also threw the Tarrasque at one of my groups on Monday, so there's that. Anyway, there's a cat. He's biting me. Dwarven Dad, tell us about you, where we can find you. What are you up to?
Hey, what's going on? Dwarven Dad. And again, you can find me on TikTok. You can find me on YouTube. If you want to message me, you can message me on Instagram, and they all are just Dwarven Dad. What am I up to? I'm making some content. You guys, if you do know me, I do reviews about weapons or stuff, and I give it from like a dwarves point of view. I have so many people that will either fight me because they're like, that's from so-and-so or this, that. I'm like, yeah, I know. I'm not saying it from this perspective. I'm saying what a dwarf would think. And then that's what I do. And then I went out of my way to test some Mall Ninja weapons to show that they're terrible. So that's my new thing I'm doing. I will be going to Gen Con too. And while I'm at Gen Con, if you happen to see me and you hit me with the sweet morning, I got a couple things. Do you mind if I just do a quick little I got a couple things to hand up. You might get a Dwarven Dad potion opener. These are some water bottle stickers, some old Dwarven Dad stickers.
Oh, cool!
And this is near and dear to my heart. Someone rolled me over when it came to some art, and a super cool fan made this for me, gave it to me, said, "This is yours."
Oh, goddamn leaf flicker.
Cool.
That's really cute.
And so if you run into me, hit me up and you might get something.
Amazing. Please do so. I mean, again, like I said, Dwarven Dad, Sir Pfeffer's amazing beings and incredible content creators. And of course, Gen Con is the place to be if you are wanting to meet some of the influential and cool people from the community there. I myself will also be schlepping my ass across the fucking ocean to come and be there. So if you do see me, do come and say hi as well. I do have a request though. If I am wearing the Dead Aussie Gamer outfit, which you will recognize as this is my invitation to say, come and say hi to me, come talk to me. Doesn't matter where I'm at or what I'm doing. If I'm wearing something that looks like this, or if I'm in costume and stuff like that, I may not necessarily, mostly because anytime I'm wearing that costume, I am likely sprinting somewhere. So don't stop me. Basically, that's the nutshell. I figured it out because I'm going to the award ceremony, so I'll be in a suit, but then I have a show halfway through the award ceremony, so I'll be booking it somewhere. And then,
oh my goodness.
And then on the first day of Gen Con, I've got a 10 a.m. show at Western Grand Central with Quincy's Taverns team. Not Quincy, because Quincy's not coming, but The rest of us are going to be there, and I'm going to be dressed as Aki, which is my like fire genasi character. And then immediately after, I have to sprint to the other side of the convention hall to get to my panel. So again, if I'm not wearing my Dead Aussie Gamer stuff, yep, don't talk to me, don't even look at me, just take a photo of my ass while it's running past you, and that's fine. Okay. But yes, thank you so much everyone for coming and joining us. We hope you enjoyed today. As for my channel plugs, look, you're already here. Just hit the follow button. That's all you need to do. How fucking easy is that?
Do it.
As for what I'm going to be doing next, actually tonight, because I do a lot of stuff with other people as well, tonight, I will be over on Winter's Tales playing a surfy dude, man. So basically what I'm going to be doing is playing a druid who just really doesn't want the vibe to ever fall below a certain point. Like if things
this accent terrifies me.
If things get too harsh, man, like I'm just going to crab out, okay? Just turn to a crab, okay? I'm in my crab space, okay? Just crab out. That's
You're
it.
way too good at that.
Thank you. I know. It's because I hang out with too many Americans. I'm losing my Aussie accent. I'm gonna lose my Aussie cred if I keep this up. And then tomorrow I'll be over with Careful Cantrip, which is my regular campaign where I play the role of Basil the Nightmare Warlock. Currently we're in a brothel. Yep. It's about as much as I'll tell you. So if you want to see sexy Basil time, then go check out Careful Cantrip over on Twitch. And we're gonna go raid someone. Who are we gonna go and raid?
Yeah.
Who is out and about? Who is doing stuff? I feel like Offbeat Outlaw is it says Offbeat Outlaw is on, but he raided me.
Nah, he raided us.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I'm just
Let me
gonna
refresh. Let's see.
I'm gonna hit that quick refresh button here.
I'm not seeing. Do you know about the Marine Mammal Rescue? I've got a fun one for you if you come up short.
Okay, let's have a look. So
We can go look at sea otters if you like.
Let's see. Oh, we got Blackwater D&D. Okay, let's go raid Blackwater D&D. We love the Blackwater D&D guys. These guys are amazing content creators. We are also performing with them on stage at Gen Con when we get around to that. So yeah, go check them out. Give them all of the love. Fill out their... I love filling out chats with love. So any love hearts you get, doesn't matter what channel it's from, doesn't matter where they come from, flood their chats with love. And guys... stay safe, stay wonderful, be kind to yourselves, and be kind to others, because why the fuck not? It's free. Until we meet again, as always, game hard or die trying. Bye, folks!
Bye-bye!
See you around.